that we do need to be having. Um, but I obviously think that it's just as I said, that there's a certain part of this process that I don't think is very clear for people um, in certain aspects, and having this discussion will help people to understand why it has many potential negative consequences. I think that it's just not being thought out fully, and that's
I
the issue here.
think it's not even that it's not, I think it's a lack of knowledge on how AAA video games are created. I think is really where this is coming from. Um, I think that yes, there are writers and certain developers and parts of development teams that have tweeted things that are abhorrent and absolutely dreadful. But to say that because of this one person that the company may not even be aware is making these statements should then impact entire teams of developers who are silently cheering us on and wanting us to be doing what we're doing is just, it's very backwards logic. And I think it's that people don't understand how many folks go into actually producing these games that we play.
Right, right. The development teams are not small. Like there may be, 50 to 100 people on primary development, in some cases more, but there's a lot of people who are still involved in the process. I mean, just hell, anyone just needs to crack open their instruction manual on any game to really just get a whiff of an idea of how many people are involved who have nothing to do with any of this. Like it's just a guy who's working a job, and then suddenly he's out of
Yeah.
a job because he's like, "What's going on?"
And people were trying to compare last night to us attacking Gawker's Media to this. And in their support of sites that are part of the Gawker's Media conglomerate, they linked me to information showing that all of Gawker's Media has unethical advertising practices. And I was like, I don't think you meant to link me what you did, because that's not helping. The difference in this is, and I'm pro boycott. I love boycotts. I help with the boycott goal of the day. I've been boycotting Nestle for since the
Hmm.
mid 90s. I mean, like, and that's a huge company, and I'm sure that they don't miss my cents, but I'm a big person on put your money, where your political heart is. But the fact that we're saying that this is because these people aren't supporting Gamergate or are speaking against Gamergate, that's shooting ourselves in the foot. I have a DM that I got from somebody who, and again, I can't out developers, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to put people's jobs at risk
Right.
because that's the climate we're in.
Hmm.
We're in a position where developers, if they speak out supporting us, they are going to be unemployed. So by doing this boycott, we're saying either lose your job or lose your job. Which would you like to do first?
Right.
That's insanity to me. So I have somebody from with ties to EA Canada telling me how sympathetic they are to what we're doing. This is EA. I mean, come on, like we all hate EA, but people working there want us doing what we're doing because of the environment and because of how these journalists have a chokehold on the industry. They can't speak out, and they want to. Why
Hmm.
punish them? Rockstar San Diego, writers there are sympathetic to us. They have a clause in their contract. They can't speak out on things like this because of their employment contracts. Who to ask these people to give up their livelihoods or we're going to punish them is beyond me. I don't understand it. I can't support it, and people can hate on me. This is Remy Punks. To the person who asked who's talking, I'm Stream Mom on Twitter and kind of everywhere, but it's REMIPUNX. People have been dogpiling on me for a couple of days. I'm not gonna back down though. I'm pro developer. I'm in this because um, I want developers to be able to have voices. I don't want them to have to go through gatekeepers and us throwing this at them. All of our support from them is going to disappear.
Right. As Remy is saying here, guys, she's really on point, and in the sense of, okay, let's take it and put it this way. How about, okay, how many developers do we know are right up front who openly support Gamergate? Let me just think off the top of my head. Okay, we've got Chris Arnold, we've got Running with Scissors, we've got
Daniel Varva,
Daniel.
Vavra. His last name's so hard to say. I'm so white. Ugh.
Who else? Who else?
Pseudo Rosie. I've
Mhm.
got
Jennifer
my
Daw,
list up. Jennifer Daw, Brad Wardell,
Brad
and
Wardell.
these are all people that are now on a blacklist that their industry is going after them.
If
So
you
it's like,
guys boycott, if Gamergate goes, yeah, we're gonna boycott a bunch of developers, all of those developers have to exit. They have to leave Gamergate because of legal issues. They can get into serious legal issues like antitrust stuff, anti-competition. Like
Rogue.
people are not thinking about that.
Rogue and I are polar opposites. I mean, anybody who watches how I tweet and how I talk and how he tweets and how he talks, he and I are polar opposites in how we address things. And this is the one thing that he and I are very much vocally in alignment with. Ralph and I, same thing. He and I are super different camps. I'm the fluffy bunny who talks to folks on all sides. They're kind of our hardline guys, and they're saying this isn't a good idea. This is going to make it so that developers can't support us. If you have any doubt, and if you're fans of those guys, talk to Rogue, tweet Rogue, ask him questions. He's not being shy about this. Now, he and I and Ralph all agree, don't spend money on games you don't want. Don't give money to companies that you don't agree with.
Correct.
But putting it in the hashtag forces these developers out and makes it so that they can't take part. And they've already put their jobs on the line for us. They've already put their companies at risk to support and help us. And to punish them like that, just I mean, I get, like, I was crying about it last night because these are people I really genuinely care about.
Right. And you're looking at it from that angle. Okay, so it puts developers who have spoken out in favor of Gamergate in risk legally. Okay, so they will naturally have to exit. And that's just point one of my own thought process on like why this is not a good idea. The second point that I have is, again, the end result. People think, yeah, this will make people scared to not speak out in favor of Gamergate. Wait, stop the press. What the fuck are you talking about? Make developers afraid. Wait a minute. Your opposition is doing that. They are using fear. That's why people wouldn't speak out against them in the first place.
Well,
It's
and Sing
because of
Song.
media, of just a media blasting of, well, nope, screw this developer. We've been watching it. The whole point, I thought the point that we were here, and even the straw poll talked about, people really hated those hit pieces.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a fear climate.
And people are
We
like, Sing Song even said, instead of boycotting, why not tell scared devs to go to GG leaning outlets and talk there? They are. Folks are doing that. Unfortunately, like, we have Xbox Bro who came out and talked about the environment in Microsoft and what's going on there. Because of the employment contracts that these people have, um, I can speak. Well, heck, I don't work for them anymore, and if Bank of America wants to sue an out of work single mom, cool. I used to work for Bank of America. Part of my employment contract with the bank was that I would not discuss banking at all. I would not, without having approval of my statements. Oh my God, I'm sorry about my cat bell. Um, without the bank pre-approving my statements, I could not speak about banking using my name, about the climate that was going on around home lending, or anything like that. If I spoke out, my job was gone. So these people, they are going to these places. Look up what Expro had to say. Look at these anonymous devs that are making throwaway accounts on Twitter to tell us how they feel and what they think. They have AAA, these are big companies. Their hands are tied until we change the environment where they can actually speak with us. And indie courts, I have no idea why Humble is on there. I think because they had indie bundles that had people that are tied to the game journal pros. I think that's the logic. But man, it's charity. Like, why are we going after a charity? Like, that doesn't, like I said, the logic behind this boycott list is, I think it's coming from a reactionary place. I think it's us doing exactly what we're fighting against. I think it's us getting knee jerk and going, oh my God, they're against us, freak out, instead of really thinking it through.
Mm-hmm. Really, because what we're looking at is we've seen plenty of developers um, in the sense of just there's been quite a few who have come out in a negative sense, but then they're also not afraid for their job either. Um, you know, and Remy knows that just some of the different people I've been talking about, those who have been particularly vocal. Um, and the thing with this is that you've got your silent supporters who are like, if I speak out on this, and they may even have a clause where they cannot speak, where they are legally gagged. Okay? Like, I think people don't understand this. This doesn't work like most just regular 9 to 5 jobs. Like, these are folks who have employment contracts, and there's very specific things they can or cannot do. And I can confirm what Remy was just saying about even with her own employment contract in regards to banking. I can confirm that because, well, I'm not going to get into that, but I know that what she's saying is true because I've seen that same stuff, and they're very particular. Companies like this, or at least big ones, not so much indie developers, but like AAA developers and stuff like that, do have employment contracts. They even have stuff where they cannot go and work at another company for a certain amount of time afterwards, a non-compete clause. Serious stuff because they think, oh, if you leave this company, well, you could be taking trade secrets with you, and then you would just go and tell our competition what we're doing, and then you've actually damaged another company. And non-compete clauses and things like that, that really does exist. There are developers who are literally legally gagged from speaking on a subject such as Gamergate. This is the serious kind of stuff that happens. And what you do not want to do, you do not want to alienate your ally,
Um,
even if they're
I want
silent.
to respond to Shala in the chat. I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Have you tried having an open and honest discussion with issues instead of being a blank, well, a condescending, snarky little blank? Yes. Absolutely. I spoke with Velo at length. I talked to Ralph, hence Ralph is now helping me with a whitelist. Um, if you don't think I'm talking to people, you clearly don't know who I am. Um, Ralph and I had it not out. I mean, I'm not a fighter. I was like, Ralph, we got to talk, buddy. He retweeted Velo's list. And actually, Escape Velo is a great example here. He has listed the Christian centric gamer review site on his Twitter. I took that to mean that he worked for them. So I contacted the lovely lady who runs that site and was like, hey, is your site supporting this boycott? And she was like, absolutely not. He's just a fan of us. He retweets our stuff and spreads information. He has a lot of stuff on his feed that isn't in line with our ethics. Um, but, he's just a fan. So I went to him. Oh, okay. Thank you. I wanted to make sure. But just for folks who are wondering, I went to him and I said, hey, you have this company listed on your Twitter. It looks like you work for them and you don't. And you have this list that you're making based on tweets people have made without confirming with the company that they're employees, what they do there, and what the company stance is. So do what I just did. And his response was words that I'm not going to use. So, if you're really, really dead set on, and I don't support it, and I'm gonna, if you want to have me tweeting at you all day, every day, telling you I don't support what you're doing, that's gonna happen. But if you're dead set on going after AAA companies, get me a statement. Trust but verify. Show me these companies are coming out and saying, I am anti-consumer. Not anti-Gamergate. This isn't a Gamergate thing. This is about being pro or anti-consumer. And if you can actually get a AAA company to say, you know what, screw my consumers, cool. Tweet it till the end of time, I'll retweet it for you. I mean, word it nicely, but that's all I need. Show me truth, show me facts. Don't show me one developer, one writer having a temper fit on Twitter and telling me that that represents a company. Otherwise, I would have gone gun blazing after Christian Centric Gamer when they weren't doing anything wrong just because this guy listed them in their Twitter.
You know, I think a good way to describe this scenario would be to, it's funny because people have been Bane posting and making jokes on that for ages now. And it's funny because um, something that happened in Batman absolutely applies to this situation. It's something I want you guys to think about, where people are saying no, you should be boycotting, you should be supporting developers and saying, hey, holding really great developers up into the light and going, these guys are awesome, you should consider their products, is a much better path to take than saying don't purchase from these for the aforementioned reasons we've talked about. But this exact scenario is how Batman Begins ended, because the Batman and Ra's al Ghul are fighting on the train, and right there at the end where he pulls one over on Ra's al Ghul, he says, he's waiting for him to kill him, and he says, no, I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you. And then he just leaves and he lets whatever is going to happen happen. And that's the same scenario that we're dealing with here. If there are bad developers, let them kill themselves off. You can achieve the same effect by promoting developers who are not getting as much attention as those developers that you dislike in that sense. And well, you could even go so far as to say that it is more effective because other developers who are being quiet and just sitting and watching, well, if you've got this awesome list of these developers who are getting all this attention and they're getting public publicity, that's going to make other developers really jealous. They're going to be like, I want publicity, I want to be promoted, I want to get the benefits and the boons that these guys are getting right now, and that would be a way to force someone's hand even. Um, in a positive way and not in through a fear-based climate. We cannot let
Um,
ourselves fall to the same things that other people are doing in that sense.
Alternative Brew just tweeted, I personally won't buy from a company that doesn't explain their employees' actions. Here's my thing, and this is what I'm saying. If you are upset with what an employee said, then I understand that. You should email the company. When all of this first started, I had one particular person who worked for, and I'm going to just go ahead and name the company. Hold on, let me because I've been talking to them on Facebook all day, because their email service stinks. They work for Azorbo Studio. I contacted Azorbo as soon as I saw the tweets. I put it in the hashtag. I didn't say, hey, I'm emailing this company. All I did was I took the initiative. I sent them an email, and I said, hey, your your employee who has you listed as their employer tweeted these things at me, and I didn't know if your company had a policy on social media and how they behave and how they act towards consumers. Now, this particular company did not get back to me. They got back to me 2 days ago, so this is 3 months in. Took them this long to get a response. Now, again, I didn't have a statement from them. I didn't have an auto-generated email saying, hey, we're looking into it. So I didn't act on it because I don't know what oh, it's snowing again. I didn't know what that company's stances were. Now I know, and I've talked to someone, and they're looking into it. We have to have communication before we attack. We have to know that these companies are aware. So if you have a tweet from someone that has their employer listed and it seems just completely bonkers, email them. One voice. I'm one person. I didn't ask anybody else to email, and I got a response from a company that's super busy because they're in an employment drive. So use what we've learned in this, empower yourself, contact them, say, look at what your employee is doing to your consumers. Instead of, we're going from step A straight to nuclear, and that doesn't make sense. One developer last night compared it to nuking entire country to kill one soldier. And that's really like the steps we're taking. Instead of saying, hey, country, look at what this soldier did, they committed horrible war crimes, hand him over, we're just burning it to the ground and salting the earth. And I don't understand that logic. It seems like a huge lack of logic for me. So yeah, that's
Now,
sorry. I talk a lot.
no, it's just that you have a lot to say on this. I think, to move it into the next part of this topic, where people are going, well, now are you telling me I can't boycott stuff? No, no, that's not what people are saying. Like, I've been, well, I'd say that I thought I had been clear even on my own stance on this. There are developers who I am not buying another goddamn thing from because of certain actions
Me too.
taken by people.
Me
There are a
too.
ton. I'm just like, nope, I'm not doing that. And in some cases, I have just flat out taken the things that I've already purchased from those companies and just chucked it in the trash. I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm not having them in my house. Just based on that. That's me, though. That's me personally. But I'm not going to run off and tell an entire group of people to also take that particular action because of the aforementioned thought process. I'm like, this actually hurts Gamergate more than it helps. So no, like it's just that simple. So I am advocating people to use your own individual thought processes. If there are developers, publishers, etc., that you don't like or you disagree with something that they've done, do what you're going to do. Be you. But you should not encourage, quote unquote, the idea of encouraging the mob to follow along with you in that because it actually hurts all of us. I mean, and for the types of developers and publishers, my list would be somewhat fairly obvious to people, but there's other stuff. And that's the thing. It's just do what you're going to do as an individual in that sense. If you don't want to buy from somebody, don't buy from them. It's just that simple. It is just that simple. But it shouldn't blow up into a huge thing.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I mean, you guys, I hope you guys know me at this point. Gosh, cat, calm down. I have a cat on my shoulder. You guys know the people that you're talking about, and I see you guys listing companies in there. You've seen me go toe to toe with these folks on Twitter. You've seen me push back on them and say, hey, you're talking to your consumers right now. Um, it is unfortunately a big deal for somebody in the hashtag to say, hey, this is the Gamergate boycott. When we started doing the boycott goal of the day with advertisers, we had to be really careful with how we were presenting it and that and how we were presenting the information because we have journalists that are taking oh hi Ollie that are taking part in this. So saying that using the term boycott is important because of antitrust. The journalism industry is really different than the gaming industry in the way that it's structured. So that's why we have more leeway with that. Um, what?
No, she's absolutely right.
I'm just
And
trying to. People are tweeting or typing so fast. I'm like, oh my god, slow down. I want to reply to everybody.
oh hell, Cable Man just well, he kind of hit the nail on the head. I agree. Boycotting devs is outside the scope of Gamergate. Gamergate is about ethics and journalism.
Barry, I'm not going to tell Ollie to unblock Kelly. I mean, this is the thing. He doesn't have to talk to Kelly. I've told Kelly she can talk to me. She has me on Skype. I closed out Skype to get on this call. She has me on Twitter. I want her to come in here and talk. If she's not comfortable talking live and having folks hear her voice, I get that, then she can talk in the chat here. I've been doxxed. I've had stuff sent to my house. I'm not signing up for another forum where my information isn't secure. This is safe. YouTube's not going to out her info. So if she wants to talk, she's got a platform. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. But I'm not going to tell my friends who he's going to block and not unblock. That's not who I am, guys. Sorry. Kelly can talk to me if she wants to be part of this. Or if she wants to DM me on Twitter, she can DM me. I'll read her words and then I'll do my rebuttal, which
Yeah,
sounds silly. She could just come talk.
and
Um,
I'll allow that. I mean, it's not going to bother me. Even if Kelly wants to come in here and speak, I will allow that. Even though I already have I have an attitude in that sense. Like, but no, it's okay. Like, because I see that's been something that's mentioned. But yeah. If Kelly wants to come in here, hey, come on in here. We'll talk about this stuff. Maybe my disposition will change, you know?
I can moderate. And Jay, what you're saying is it's not, and I think that's the thing is that in 140 characters, a lot of things is getting lost. We're not saying don't vote with your wallet. This is a consumer revolt. Vote with your wallet. Don't buy number one thing, don't buy crap games. Don't buy games that are rushed and put out buggy. Don't buy games where they hold back content so that they can later release it and make us pay more. So we bought our game and now we have to pay to make our game better. Don't give those people your money. I absolutely would never say, and in none of my tweets have I said, "Oh my gosh, give these people your money." That's crazy. I'm saying don't make it a boycott list. Don't throw the hashtag on there because that makes it so that our developers who have risked their livelihoods to support us, have to distance themselves. That's all I'm
Right,
saying.
right. And Remy said it. Is it worth losing those developers who have braved the stormy seas to come and speak out on behalf of Gamergate? Are they worth that loss? Like it's just no. I personally cannot say to do that. And that's just me being the advisor. Now, if there are consequences to this stuff, obviously. And the same thing. Here's what I predict would happen. I think that if something like that went big in a grand scale, you would lose most of your moderates. Obviously, you'd lose some extremists, but I think that you'd lose a great deal of the moderates and say, "I don't support that," and poof, they're gone. Um, any developer who's speaking out in favor of Gamergate would also, again, because of the antitrust issues, where you've now put them into uh, a legal quagmire, like you've put them into a really dangerous area. They have to walk away, as in the law. They have to walk away from that situation, or they could get shut down. Like it's really serious.
We have new people in the chat, and I wish you guys had pronounceable names. It's KRNLHKR. They said a game boycott is no different than a media outlet boycott, and we're doing that. It is absolutely different.
It
We
is different.
discussed it earlier in this particular stream. I don't know. I know we're 26 minutes in,
Hmm.
um, but it is very different. And this is what I said was that if you look, somebody giving me pushback on my stance on this said, well, you're pro boycott goal today. Obviously, I push it out every day. Um, the difference is that, for instance, let's talk about Gawker Media. There is so much evidence of FTC violations. The FTC, oh, what a happening. I mean, how great is that? Like, we have a happening and we're arguing about not attacking developers. Oh, I want to be celebrating.
Hmm.
Um,
It's like
Okay,
that gray
actually,
line.
no, like Colonel, I don't think you understand. Like saying that these devs aren't a help, I how are they not a help? These are people that are putting their livelihood on the line to say I support my consumers. They're blacklisted by companies and organizations that they're part of because of this. I think that that's the thing. We really need, and like I said, I'm willing to talk to anybody. It's hard because I'm reading the comments as fast as I can, but you guys have to understand that these guys have employment contracts, number one. Journalist, it's a much looser, at least when I was in the industry, it's a much looser thing. You're paid by the word. You don't have an employment contract. Your personality isn't so much a thing. Staff writers are different, but um, with developers, they go into contracts either for games or for long term. It depends on how things are set up with the company. But these developers that are supporting us, they're a bridge. We need, if we want these journalists to go away, if we want to have it so that this industry is actually pro-consumer, we need these journalistic gatekeepers gone. And in order to get these gatekeepers gone, we need pushback from both sides. We need the consumers saying, hey, guess what? We're done with you. We're not going to your publications. We're not giving you our money and our support. On the other side, we need the developers saying, guess what? And not the developers, we need the companies saying, guess what? You're not getting this game for free to demo. You're not getting this from
Hmm.
us. You're not getting these interviews. we're going to go to a company that actually, we're going to go to a press place that actually cares about our consumers and our buying base. And that's, no, it's, there's a lot of them, Colonel. They can't be vocal. They have to be very hidden and very careful with what they say. And that's the unfortunate thing. Um, I know for me personally, I've met AAA developers. I've talked to CEOs. I've talked to ad execs because of these developers who have said, hey, this is a reasonable, moderate voice. You can trust her to give information to. This is how I can call companies and verify information. And I wish there was 20 of me and I had like no other responsibilities so I could spend all day working on Gamergate, but I can't do that. So unfortunately, I can't spend all day on the phone calling these folks and saying, hey, I know that we have a bridge between us. Let's out this information and get it sorted. But we're making headway and we need to continue building those bridges instead of burning them to the ground. We need these developers in whatever capacity they can. If it's simply saying, hey, this is a nice voice, hear them, or something bigger like what Rogue does for us. I mean, Rogue's a rock star. Like I said, he and I have super different voices, and we might have really different tactics on how we deal with things. But I appreciate the heck out of what he does because he does things I can't, and I do things he's not able to do. Um, you know, that's where we're at. And I'm talking a ton again. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Because many of the things that you're saying are things that I was probably going to go ahead and say anyway. Um, it's just, it's, again, this is really similar to when I first showed up, and I was like, yeah, there's a ton of there's a ton of systems in place here. There are things that you need to know about, and just looking at that stuff, looking at this particular situation, Remy is telling you from either personal experience or direct conversation, and I know who Remy has been having conversations with. Like, I know exactly who these people are. She's telling you guys the truth. There are many people who cannot even speak. They cannot speak on this stuff in certain ways. If you want developer support, see, here's the difference. Developers can talk about in a positive light a competitor, because that's not an anti-competitive practice. They can say, "Oh yeah, I like all the things that this person is doing," or whatever. But most are not inclined to. You'll likely hear somebody, in different genres or whatever, discussing each other's, practices and things like that. But it's about don't lose your ally. Do not lose your ally here. Like it would
Um,
hurt Gamergate immensely.
Wishing just said not even a single big name dev is neutral towards Gamergate. The astronauts. I mean, the Binding of Isaac. It's a huge game. I understand that they're mid, not AAA, but they're a big name. My daughter is a huge fan of them. If my daughter knows who somebody is, then that's how I gauge. If the teenagers are into it, is how I gauge how big somebody is. Raph Koster, I mean, I know people don't like what he says, but he spends so much time giving us information and saying, hey, this is how money flows. This is how impacts can be made. This is how minds can be changed. Yes, he's neutral leaning towards anti, but he gives us viable information. He gives us ways to see money trails. He gives us ways to really understand how the industry works because I'm not in there. I'm not in the the trenches on that side of things. So I need his information and his insights. Um, Jigsaw, I completely agree that we shouldn't buy games that are crap. Um, it's not fine. If somebody puts a boycott of devs in the tag, then yeah, I don't think I own the tag. If you don't want to be pro developer, then that's fine. I will all day, every day tell you that you're destroying the movement and have a nice day. That's what I'm going to do. Um, and if you don't handle pushback well, then I'm sorry. I mean, I've been screamed at for 2 days and I'm still here and I'm still going to keep saying what I say and I'm still going to keep promoting developers. You do what you want to do. I'm going to shout you down for it, brother. That's how this works. If you think it's tone policing, let's go toe to toe. I'm Remy Punks on Twitter. I'll make sure nobody dogpiles you. We can do this. Don't tell me that I'm tone policing you, though. I want you to have a voice, but I'm gonna disagree with you.
It's just, it's really, it comes down to a question of could this, here's how I end up with, making decisions and releasing info. Like, here's my thought process. And, I tell people this, like, even when I have ideas, I try to even talk about those things on a stream so I can get people's feedback and think about stuff, and it helps a lot. But my
Oh
thought
gosh,
process,
I'm a
no,
jerk
go
face.
ahead.
People are saying stuff on Twitter. Hold on, because I want to make sure everybody gets heard on this. Person trying to get me to buy their underwear. Sorry, I'm not interested.
What?
Um, I don't even know. I must have tweeted about underwear in the last 2 days and not realized that I did. Um,
It's like Barry is saying, Bro Team, if you haven't seen any of that stuff, they're having interviews with developers and they're speaking on Gamergate and they're either getting Gladys, they're when I say Gladys, they're speaking under voice masking and stuff in these interviews. Go look up Bro Team's channel. I know who those developers are. I know some of them who are speaking on that stream, or not on that stream, but they're speaking in those videos. I know who they are. Like, I've personally had conversations. Like, it's that big of a deal. It's really, really serious. They legit cannot speak on some of this stuff because it puts them in harm's way. And this is the best that we can get at this moment in time when that's just the way that it is. But when I
who's
sit down,
saying leave the hashtag?
my thought process on coming up with ideas and advising is I basically just weigh, can this help Gamergate or does it hurt Gamergate? Is it, and to what extent? It's like a set of scales. And I look at that and I weigh the pros and the cons. And if the cons are minimal in comparison to the pros, then I go, okay, here's the idea that I have and here's why. Um, and then I lay that stuff out. That's why we're having this stream right now. It's that this is something that people are talking about, and I'm like, holy cow, the cons here are massive in comparison to the pro. It would be enough that it would end up just killing everything. Like, we cannot do that.
The folks that are saying somebody, oh gosh, I'm so sorry, you guys. This is going really fast for me, and my computer is a poop. Um, the person that was saying that people are saying that folks should leave the hashtag. If somebody's trying to tell somebody to leave the hashtag, tag me in. Because I don't want anybody to leave. We need everybody. We need every voice here pushing back against these journalists. We need everyone doing this. This isn't a small movement, it's a huge movement. And somebody said something about, I was in a thing tagged with Barack Obama. It was poop posting, and people are just being silly. But I'm like, honestly, like, I want Obama tweeting in our hashtag. Even if it's saying that he's against us, I want the hashtag huge. I want everybody seeing it. I want I want these game journalists exposed. I want people looking at them because for every anti that tweets about us, there's 5 people following them that go, "What's a Gamergate? What's going on?" And those are the people I want talking to. So this is a little skirting off of the whole boycott thing. If anybody's saying to leave the hashtag or you're bad, get out of the hashtag, tag me in. I mean, like I said, like, if I'm here and I'm at my computer, then I'll push back against that. If I say don't tweet that particular tweet in the hashtag, that's not saying the person needs to stop tweeting in it. That's saying, yo, dude, that has to do with X, Y, and Z, and we're about A, B, and C. That's a completely different beast. But people have said that I need to get out of Gamergate, and nope, I'm sorry, you guys are stuck. Like, game developers are too important to me. I'm not going anywhere.
To
Um,
take a look at what Gregor 1500 just said, it's really relevant. Gregor said, not buying is fine, but trying to push Gamergate as anti-dev is the problem. What's your take?
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's oh great, I'm getting told that I need to get on this forum that I'm not going to get on. You guys let Kelly know I can't get on Twitter, like I can't hit buttons or it's going to kill me being on the stream. My computer is literally held together by duct tape. Um, but no, like that's the thing. We can't be anti-dev. Like we absolutely, as a hashtag and as a movement, we cannot be anti-developer. We can, as individuals, totally 100% do that, but as a hashtag, we need to keep our focus on what Gamergate is. Gamergate is a scandal focused on corruption in gaming journalism, which is backed by cronyism, and I have this whole entire spiel and I can't remember it right now. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you this, you guys. I'm asking Remy and the stream at the same time. Would it help make sense for people if we had developers who were willing to speak on this subject right here? Would it help if they came in here into a stream and told you exactly what we told you?
I mm,
I
I'm
mean,
sure
the
Rogue would. I feel bad like because the developers are no it's holiday season, so it's crunch time for them. Like
Mhm.
just for me personally, I would feel like crap being like, "Hey, can I steal an hour of your time that you should be using on your game to come do this?" Um,
I'm
but
just
if
throwing
it
it at the wall.
yeah,
Not
if
that
it
we're gonna do that, but you
yeah,
know,
if it put people at ease, then that's cool. Hey, folks that are saying that Kelly can't take criticism, I think it's just a lot. I talk to Kelly. Like Kelly and I get along. So, I'm kind of heartbroken that she won't come talk to me um on this particular topic, but hey, it's but yeah, I think that if developers maybe explain to people how the industry worked again. I mean, I know that they've done it before, but the more it can't hurt to reiterate that how toxic this is for them being able to take part in things.
I'm seeing people saying, yeah, they think that would help. Who would be willing to just come onto a stream? I know Chris would definitely probably speak up in that sense. Rogue, like you said. I wonder if Jennifer Daw would be willing to come in. And I know Brad Wardell's shown up on a few streams. In particular, since he's the CEO of Stardock, I think that would definitely help. I mean, it's really serious. This is why Remy is so uh, adamant about this. Like, it's not a small thing. It's huge consequences, little to no gain for people, and hell, that's why I'm speaking on it. Like, don't do that, don't do that. Like, I can't stop anyone from doing it, but all I can do is advise and say, do not do that because it's not going to go the way you want it to go, if you know what I mean. Like, I can't stop anyone from doing anything. I can't stop people from saying stuff in the hashtag. I can't stop anything. I'm just a dude here who's, got experience and got a voice and is pretty capable at giving advice. And I'm just saying, as your advisor, as an advisor, do not do not let this kind of thing happen because it would if here's what I said. I said that a long time ago. I said one of the things, the biggest thing that can kill Gamergate is Gamergate. This right here would be an example of Gamergate killing itself. And so you people really have to think about that. This would be the thing. This is just it makes the metaphor absolutely true. Shooting yourself in your foot to get a snake or whatever, like just avoid that. Avoid that at all costs. There's so much easier ways to go about doing this stuff and getting that stuff done. It's much easier, it's much healthier, it's much safer, it's more positive. It actually encourages developers to speak out, not makes them shrink away. Okay? Let me throw the scenario down even. Let's say something like this were to go down in a major fashion. Developers on the outside looking in go, "Huh, why would I ever speak up?" I was gonna, imagine for a second that there's a developer who is right now pondering whether or not to speak up on Gamergate and bite that bullet and, go at it for better or worse. And then something like this happens, and it makes them put on the brakes and go, wait a minute, wait a freaking minute. Why would I do this? Like, nope. And they're just gonna fade even further back into the shadow. It's It's like there are developers who are actually timid because they're still weighing the consequences of this scenario, and this doesn't help them become less timid and come into the light, to use a turn of phrase, to come out from underneath the shade and speak on this subject. It doesn't help. It makes it worse. And if you're using that type of fear to try and enforce behavior, how does that make you any better than the very media outlets that we've been fighting against in that sense? The whole point here was, especially from the straw poll, in which I had several thousand people participate, and the number one thing that people disliked about just current behaviors and practices was the hit pieces against developers that they didn't like in game journalism media outlets. It was the top answer. In fact, I'll try and pull that up here in just a minute or two so I can tell you how big of a percentage that was, because it was massive. It surprised the hell out of me. This is supposed to be helping developers not get choked out by media. This is about helping developers not have their creative freedoms taken away.
Yeah, and people are even saying in the chat, Rogue. Rogue is been by and far like super vocal. I mean, look at the I'm about to curse. Look at the stuff he's been through on Twitter to be able to support us and the time and the effort and the access to industry information that he's given us. This will cost us Rogue. Like, full
Yeah,
stop. This will cost us Rogue. And for the folks that are wondering, I just tweeted with Kelly. Um, she's telling me the only place she's willing to talk is on a forum where I don't know the person that owns it. I've been doxxed. I've had stuff sent to my house. I'm not signing up for a forum. If you guys really want us to talk, I don't know why she has a problem with Google. She has me on Skype. She wants to talk about facts and information. I don't know a single developer that's had a conversation with her. So, I mean, do with it what you will. I offered her an olive branch. I said, come here and talk. She doesn't want to do it. It is what it is. And Ollie, look at the little white sidebar because I asked you a question.
yeah, I'm looking now. Oh, my window is too small, that's why I didn't see it. Boop. Okay. Yeah, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let me, I'll get him the link and stuff. My kid is up, so bear with me while I'm a second pontificate for a while, Ollie.
No problem. Shalosh, or Will of the Boss. It's not about the individuals choosing what they do. It's about as a mass, as a big group. That's really the problem. The same thing, like I just said. Quite a. Let's put it this way: there are developers that you guys have already talked about who I will not be buying from. Like, I'm right there with you. I'm like, hell no, I'm not buying anything you ever make again. I'm not buying anything that you release again. There are developers who I absolutely will not be making purchases from at any
I'm
point in the
back.
future because of certain behaviors and certain actions. That's me personally. I'm saying that if it turns into a big, massive thing, that will hurt Gamergate. And that's what we keep trying to say. Like, Remy even is saying the same thing. Yeah, there's folks I'm not going to be buying from. I'm even saying there's folks I'm not going to be buying from. But we're saying if it turns into a big thing, if it turns into a big organized, in the loosest sense of the term, if it turns into something like an op, that would be very, very, very bad.
Agreed. And again, like I've said before, I'm a consumer activist. Like, this isn't my first boycott. This isn't my first, rodeo. I've done this a lot. There's Nestle. What's funny is that we have an ally in Gamergate that is somebody that I'm normally on the opposite side of the fence with when it comes to consumer advocacy. I'm big into animal rights. I'm a foot or well boot on the ground protester. So people trying to paint me as if I'm against consumer advocacy is really baffling to me because this is my background. Like this is something that I do for fun. I take vacations to go and hold a sign and scream at companies. So it's really odd to me that folks are trying to paint me into that corner. And we have Adil doesn't have a ton of time, but I'm gonna let him introduce himself, and he had some information that he wanted to share. So I'm gonna zip it because I talk too much.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Adil. What's up, man?
hey, what's up? Anyways, most of you guys know me. I've been on Three Dog streams before. But yeah, here's something I wanted to say real quick. I'm not gonna take too much of y'all's time, but here's something you need to consider. Uh, d- like studios are made of a ton of employees. Like there, a lot of these people, like especially in my local area, some of these people are former students and former classmates of mine. You know, like, and some of these people are heavily pro Gamergate, but they can't speak out because of their employer's stance on it or their company's stance on the topic as a whole. They can't speak out because, you know, the threats of blacklisting and getting fired, it's too great. Some of these people have families. I know, like, one of my friends, he has 2 kids he has to support. You guys don't realize a developer boycott not only shuns them away from supporting us, but it also makes it a point to not speak out on this topic. There are so many people that I know personally that are so scared of speaking out about this because they're afraid of the backlash. You guys need to understand, we need to make it a comfortable environment for these developers. Like one of the companies you guys are talking about specifically, um, let's see, they just recently released a game called Borderlands, the pre-sequel. I actually know people who work at Gearbox. So, like, so you guys need to understand that these people cannot speak out. They really can't. Like, they're in a situation where their hands are tied simply because of the company they represent. And boycotting everybody, like, outright stating there's a boycott on the Gamergate tag is a problem. Like, it's not going to get developers on our side at the end of the day. That's all I have to say.
No, it's worth saying. Like if there are other developers who want to come in this discussion here and throw their their 2 cents in, by all means, like send them my way and just say, hey, there's talk of, there's discussion going on about this situation, and if we can get them to speak on it, that's great. Like we really want them to.
Yeah. Like, at this moment, a lot of these people that I know personally, they're very, very afraid of speaking out, even anonymously. They're paranoid types. But, yeah, like, I've had conversations with some of them, like, over pizza, and just, they were telling me about, like, how Gamergate is a great thing for the, for the industry as a whole. But like they're afraid if they even say anything, they're gonna get shot in the foot or something, you know. And I feel for them because a lot of these people have families they have to worry about.
To address Will of the Boss, I know Will of the Boss is in chat as Shalashaska, but you've been with me since I first showed up. You've been here for the first stream, okay? So you're someone that I have a great deal of admiration for. You're just one of the most interesting people that I know. I just wanted to say that first. I don't know why. Um, but when we're talking about the climate of fear, we're not trying to make an appeal to emotion here. When we say a climate of fear, it means that what we're saying is that it would end up making Gamergate scary it would make this a very scary situation for developers, no matter what their stance is, be it positive, be it neutral, be it negative. Um, it's quote unquote scary when developers go, my business is literally at stake because of I could be running afoul of the government's regulations. That's where this is really, really bad. You will lose all support from developers, from top down. Doesn't matter. Boom. If they were there, they legally have to walk away from this situation. We're talking about stuff that is breaking the law. Like, no, no. This is why it's a serious thing. They would be breaking the law. The government would go, stop right there. And if that happened, what do you think antis will do? Let's say this goes down. Boom, just like that. And they know who those developers are. They will turn around and they would sick the lawman, so to speak, on every single one of those developers. They would get shut down. That is what the fear part is the fear is, quote unquote, oh man, the government could come down on top of my head and say, what are you doing? This is running afoul of antitrust laws. You stop what you're doing right now. It's a big deal. It's not small in any sense of the word. And that's just looking at it from the developer end. For us, for any possible developer, it says to them, holy crap, these guys are just loose cannons. That's all that it says. To look at the general public, to look at from their perspective, again, from the outside looking in, it's just like, wow, these guys are just on a rampage. They're just going after anything and everything. You know? Like, there's no rhyme or reason, so to speak. I told people in the beginning, I said, I would be here if this is about, solving the ethical problem in journalism. That's what I'm here for. If you want help with this, then you have to get support of developers. And because it's like Polly said this, and I've said it myself, the developers are being held hostage, in a sense, by media outlets. That's really what it comes down to. It's that, even the ones who are pro and who are right up front pro, they know that they are not going to get any form of representation in the big game journalism media. That's just how it is. But for them, they're looking at this and they weigh the risk back and forth and they go, in some instances, I would imagine the thought process is, well, they weren't going to do anything to promote my game anyway, so what do I care? And they're just like, they're going to go ahead and do it, and they know that they have the support of many smaller outlets in that sense, and so for them, it's worth that risk. But you can't put them in a situation where they can't even support you, because then, if this is a three-way situation with consumers, journalists, developers, if you've got, 2 versus 1, well, those aren't good odds.
Guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Very sorry.
It's all good. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
Real life kind of bit me in the pants real quick
So,
there. I think you guys kind of have stuff. I think we've kind of covered. I know that more folks are coming in now, but what would be a good short response to people saying to boycott? The way that I word it is I say that I am anti-corruption, I am anti-cronyism, I am pro-developer, I am pro-developers having a voice, tag Gamergate, that's my reply. That's what I say, Hannah. And then I leave it at that. And then I go and I have a little Twitter temper fit on my Twitter. And Sting, I get what you're saying about remove the PR nonsense. It's tough because these are just the words that fit the situation. It's going to me saying over and over again the last 2 days that this is going to hurt Gamergate is falling on deaf ears. I mean, honestly, it's Critical Kelly. I mean, I'm gonna call it what it is. It's Critical Kelly, and Velo, and a couple of people who are fairly new to this that I've never seen before that are really pushing this. I mean, you guys know, like, I try and follow everybody back. I try and hear everybody's voice. I'll DM with anybody, and when I have somebody screaming at me who has started tweeting in November, and it's just kind of like, hey, like, we've been here for developers for so long. Why are you trying to put us off and put us against them? It just doesn't feel very good. Yeah, and I like that too. I mean, the response of what does this have to do with corruption in games journalism? It's spot on. I mean, we have so many times people have tried to hijack the narrative of what this is about. They've tried to make us about harassment. They've tried to make this about misogyny. My soggy knees. They tried to make this about people who aren't even in gaming and that are just random hangers-on in tech. We've had so many distractions, and we've stayed the course, and we've kept about gaming journalism. We shouldn't let inside forces distract us like this. We shouldn't let inside forces push away our developers. Do I think anybody should leave the hashtag? Nope. I mean, that's a huge categorical nope. I like everybody in the hashtag. Sorry, I'm talking fast because I want to get everything out because I have to get in the shower and go to work. The person who has a name that I can't remember that kept asking about Rob Sheridan, Rob is being a troll, and we should ignore him. And yes, anybody who's watched a Nine Inch Nails live tour video has seen him in compromising positions with women. So him talking about angry white men on the internet is laughable. Have a giggle. He's not worth our attention. Does he have anything to do with corruption in game journalism? Nope. He's just an angry white man on the internet who's having a temper tantrum. He's not worth our time worrying about. He probably has some art that he's trying to shill and needs more attention. More questions that I can answer really fast. Dude, I don't like that guy. Like, I mean, I do, and I like his art, but watching how he behaves on tours, I'm just sort of like, you're disgusting. Let's see here. People keep talking about tone policing. I kind of feel like I get reverse tone policed because I don't curse, and I try to not retweet things that curse, and I try and use an even tone. So when you guys are throwing around the term tone policing, realize how that comes across to those of us that are really careful with how we speak. I was just raised and taught that there's a way that you talk with your friends and the ways that you talk in public. This is a public platform. Twitter is a public platform. I'm careful about how I speak. I try and always talk to everybody with a lot of respect because that's just how I am. And getting on my case because of how I talk, like, that feels icky. Let's see here.
Yeah, it's
9-ball 8. Gosh, you guys with these names, I can't.
no, it's 9-ball. It's just 9
Oh,
ball.
9-ball. Okay.
Yes.
9-ball. Okay. I'm anti-click and corruption, pro-gaming, and pro-women. I love all of that. I don't know what all of the things in that acronym stand for. I think I'm some of them. I think I'm a couple of them. Shala, you're funny. But yeah, it's I mean, we're a big, weird, strange family is the way that I always explain this movement to folks. I mean, we're not unlike Occupy Wall Street. We're not unlike every other movement that's come before us in that we all come from really diverse and different backgrounds. We all have different ways of talking, and everyone is valid. Me saying, hey, this makes me uncomfortable isn't me tone policing. It's me saying, hey, this makes me, Remy, uncomfortable, not don't do it. It's just saying, hey, I can't retweet that. Like, I heart you, reword it, I'll spread it far and wide. That's all. You guys type real fast. Like, question, Remy and Oliver, do you have a link to the law about antitrust I can use where I can access the forum? It's going to depend on, I can find information for you. I've got to go to work. But antitrust laws, if you Google, it's pretty universal. There's a great stuff on Wikipedia about it. So this isn't new, and people are going to...
I'm pulling something up now.
Okay, and people keep talking about the math, and you guys can't see me doing air quotes, the math of a white list versus a black list versus a gray list versus all of this other stuff. And I'm going to tell you flat out, they don't understand the scope of game development. They don't understand how big these companies are, and they don't understand that there are people in these companies supporting us. That just because someone is silent doesn't mean they're an enemy. And the second that we start attacking, and I absolutely 100% feel that this is an attack on silent developers. I absolutely do. And the second we start attacking silent developers, you lose Rogue, you lose me, you lose every person who is associated with the gaming industry because they can't take part. And
I went ahead and
that's
drop that link in the side for a guide to antitrust laws from the FTC themselves, so you guys can read
awesome.
over that.
Thank you. I mean, that's the boycott will go ahead, or not based on consensus. Yeah. I mean, my hope is that when I get home tonight, I don't have 200 notifications calling me names and things I don't say, and instead I see people tweeting, you know what, this is my recommendation, and this is what I'm going to do going forward. And you guys can, I expect every 144 viewers right now and every person that watches this going forward to hold me to it. This is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to say a word to Velo, to Kelly. You know what? They can burn their houses. This is what I'm going to do. For every tweet that they have attacking developers, I'm going to make 10 supporting them. So for every tweet, and you guys can help me track them, for every tweet about this boycott coming from those two, then I will tweet 10 times saying why I am in this, why I am pro-developer, why I am anti-cronyism, and what Gamergate is actually about. Drown it out with positivity. This is what we do with the antis. When something bad happens, when people got upset about Solution 6, which I'm still like, what? But when people got upset about that, my response to the upsetness was, hey, this is what we're about. We're blowing off steam. We're sorry you misunderstood it. Here's what's going on. And just drown it in positivity, and we got it.
Like, I have to add on one more thing. People are, apparently I'm getting retweeted. Anyways, what I was trying to say in the first place is, like, when it comes down to developers, you need to understand there are so many people that make up a studio. There are so many people that work at different companies that are with their own ideas, minds, and mindsets. Like, you need to understand that there are people at these companies that you're saying, at some of these companies you're boycotting. For example, Blizzard. That I'm just throwing it out there. Like, that don't necessarily support the narrative that their company has been broadcasting, simply because, like, they can't speak out about this because they're afraid they'll pretty much get shot in the foot, or, like, they'll be blacklisted, fired, and all these things. I have to keep reiterating that this is going to drive away supporters from our side. If you need to understand that at the end of the day, we need these developers. We need these people to be on our side because we cannot win this battle on our own. We need voices within the industry to back us up because we're consumers. Yes, we have a lot of power, but people who are in the development field, they're the ones who have the most influence when it comes down to this. It can't be just consumers here. I mean,
Yeah.
we've done a lot by ourselves, but yeah.
Yeah, this is a huge part of making that change happen is having developer support. Because then, like I said, 2 versus 1. There's one party in this little trinity that is not necessary to make this function, and it's not the consumers and it's not the developers. The one unnecessary party would be journalists.
Yeah. And these people that act as gatekeepers, I mean, and I keep using that term, and Raph has given me a hard time, and he's like, all artistic mediums have gatekeepers. Well, I'm like, cool, when I'm done fixing gaming, I'll head over to, sculpting, but this is where I'm starting out. But I have a big problem with gatekeepers. I have a big problem with people who are editors at places that are for developers, for beginning developers to go to, because this is the thing, Gamma Sutra isn't written for, let me just talk about one in particular, isn't written to gamers, it's written to developers. So you have a media source that is directly aimed and marketed to developers saying, guess what? you can't get in the industry unless I approve of you. What is that? That's not okay. So that's you know, that's I don't like it. I want every developer to be able to number one, most important thing, make the games you want. If you want a game with great what do they call it? Jiggle dynamics, jiggle something. I don't know. If you make boobs move a lot in your games, I want you to make your game. If you make games with 70,000 guns in it and like all sorts of crazy over the top violence, I want you to make your game. If you make a game like I'm going to shamelessly plug Actual Sunlight. Actual Sunlight, which is a really hard and dark look into having depression. I want you to make your game. If you make weird games that my daughter plays on her phone, make your freaking game. That's what I want, number one. Number two, I want to see your games. I don't want there to be a wall between where your games are and what's visible to me. Greenlighting on Steam is one thing, but we need to have diverse publications where these games can be visible and can be seen. And that's where yes, Barry, I absolutely agree that Gamma Sutra needs to die. Unfortunately, we're kind of all over the place with that. They've lost a lot of advertisers, but research is incoming. You guys, I love you, but I do so much research. It kills me if we need a research team. So that's my two things. That's Gamergate for me right there, is that I want these gatekeepers gone, and I want developers, creators, writers, designers, pixel art makers. I want all of those people making what they want to make. Google, I am not a game developer because I didn't use a trigger warning. Or no, how did she word it? I am not a woman in tech because I didn't use a trigger warning is how it was titled. It's by a woman that I know who actually works in the comic industry. She made a game. She submitted it to a contest, and because she didn't have a violence trigger warning, her money was wasted and her game was not seen. I don't want you to have to tone police your games for it to be marketed to me. That's what I want. Like, I want a free open market for games without these people with their ideology standing between me and games that I want to play, whatever those games happen to be. And I just totally ranted a lot, and I'm super sorry.
Okay. Somebody asked me in chat, I believe it was, hold on one second, let me pull up their name so they can get fairly credited. Grimsage. They asked me what would be our end game, and here's the truth. Like, the biggest reason we need freaking developers is stop sending these publications review copies. Stop sending them anything related, press releases, anything. They have to research on their own, or like pretty much cut them off at the source. Because at the end of the day, us consumers and those developers are the ones that give these these outlets power.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, right. That's how we win. We win by cutting them off at every single source. Developers and consumers are two equations of that pie.
Right, right. This really is what it just boils back down to. Ask yourselves the question of, is doing this worth losing big allies over? Is it worth it? Based on, my understanding of how things work and my knowledge of certain situations and so on and so forth, no, it's not worth it. It's just not. Not in the big fashion as here's a happening that Gamergate does, No, it's not worth it. It's just not worth the risk. It's not worth the negative consequence.
Bye, Christian. People in chat are having to go. I actually need to go and make the monies with my new minimum wage job. Woohoo for employment. But before I go, like I said, the one guy, I guess he disappeared, who wanted to argue with me on Twitter. Why is this every time I throw down the gauntlet and I'm like, yeah, let's do this, let's go toe-to-toe, the person disappears. It's sad.
Willow the boss?
I offered to actually fight somebody in Millennial Park. He was like a professional boxer or something over Gamergate, and he didn't show up, and I felt really dumb because I was standing in Millennial Park. Like, where's this guy? But I've got to head out. You guys have a good day. Be safe, be strong, and like I said, my stance going forward, and this is what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna fight the bait and not get pulled into discussions about it. Drown it in positivity. Talk about developers you love. Op indie. I'm huge pushing op indie right now. Talk about indie developers that you love. Talk about why indie is a great scene. So many AAA developers want to leave the AAA and head towards indie because of the freedom that it gives them. Let's talk about why this is something that we need. If the person's saying, "Can you guys DM me?" Shoot me a tweet, and I will add you. If I don't have you added, I will DM with anybody. I talk to everybody. Um, and I think that covers everything. I love you guys. Be safe, okay?
Bye. Later.
Peace, Remy. Just kind of following up on this stuff, there are better ways. It's to go back to the old adage of there are many different ways to skin a cat. There are better ways to go about achieving the goal you want with fewer consequences. Obviously, people are pointing out stuff, and there are good points being made, but it's the execution of the idea is what would cause its failing. You know what I mean? Like, I see what people's end goal is. I understand that idea. I understand where people are trying to go and what they're trying to accomplish. It's just that the execution of that method is what's flawed, and that's really the key. When you look at this, and this is why people are saying, don't do whitelists and stuff like that. I mean, because people already use that language, blacklist, whitelist, so on and so forth. No, it's just as people have said with, so promote developers instead of tearing those other ones down. There's nothing there's nothing nothing better to encourage changes in things with positive reinforcement. Like, if you're saying this developer over here is pretty cool, pretty great, and they're at least worth your time and attention, it doesn't mean, hey, you need to go over here and buy everything that they're making. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying just showing the public that they exist is huge. Like, I've talked about promotion and what it does in the past, and just people being aware is a huge, huge deal. And of course, the same thing here is it doesn't run afoul of antitrust things. Other developers can say, hey, that developer over there is great, and I like how they treat their customers, and I think their business practices are really interesting. They do things that other companies should emulate as far as best practices go, and so on and so forth. Developers can say that kind of stuff. That's fine. That won't get them in any kind of trouble. But dealing with this kind of stuff, as far as doing that in this instance, yes, this is a consumer revolt, but I just think that it should not be shifted to people who were never the target in the first place. I guess that's the only way I can describe it.
No, I completely agree here. It's just when we target devs, I feel like it sends the wrong message to people who have an equal amount of power as us consumers. These people are legitimately on our side, and well, most of them, not all. Like, we can't expect 100% support from a dev, but there are a lot of people within the industry that do support us, but cannot speak out because of fear of just getting crushed by all ends. Right now, they don't see a advantage in speaking out.
Right.
At least from what I've heard and what I've spoken to people about, they're scared of speaking out about this topic.
To take a look here at Neckbeard Hipster in chat just said this. He said, pro tip, Stardock has seen an increase in sales. Guess Running with Scissors has had the same as well. It's my case in point, exactly that. Just by letting people know these companies exist and all that, that's huge. You are ensuring that just by putting that out there, it drives people to turn and look at them. You say, hey, this is someone you should pay attention to. People will actually turn and look, and then they will decide, again, on the individual level, that is interesting. Maybe I want to buy that, and then they'll decide to do so or not. That's how you're helping developers, just saying, hey, they exist. Take a look at Jennifer Daw with, what is it, Seedscape? Same thing. They're trying to get that game greenlit on Steam right now. You know how you would help with that? That's not spending money, that's not voting with your dollar. That's just saying, hey, this is something that I would like to see on Steam greenlight. That would help them immensely. Just awareness. It's public awareness, and just that idea is powerful. More it's not more important, but it's one of the most critical things of running a business, in that sense of just people knowing that your product exists. It's why you keep seeing so many Kickstarter success stories. It's the reason why that potato salad Kickstarter turned into a thing. It's because people were talking about it. Like that's the most upfront example I can give. There was nothing there, but people were talking about it, and because more and more and more people were talking about it, because people were aware, like let's say for every 100 people that heard about it, someone was like, "Yeah, I'll throw a couple of bucks in here just for a goof," just for the chuckles. And sure enough, it turned into a huge thing, and all that money just went a place. Just taking that time and promoting is a giant, giant, giant boon, and we would likely be better served by giving those developers that we know are on the level, in that sense, to give them the time and attention that they deserve and they've been denied. It's a question of what are we anyway,
Um, hey Oliver, thanks for having me on, but I gotta head out. I have
Yeah.
some errands to run.
Mhm.
And to everybody in chat, thanks for showing up. Thanks for listening to what I have to say. And later.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for being on, a deal. Yep. As Sing Sing is saying, word of mouth is the number one PR you can get. Yeah, it's a huge deal because you can't buy word of mouth. People keep trying. They keep trying to pull that off, and it generally fails. But it's the most valuable of all PR, simply because if it takes off, you're guaranteed a victory. So it's the most valuable of all the different types. Yeah, look at Pint DMG is saying with the internet, you can push a funding drive to millions of people. If even just a tiny fraction of them contributes a buck or two each, that's a few thousand quite easily. Right. That's why just promoting those great developers um, is such a huge thing. It's that you will be helping them and you will be accomplishing a similar thing without negative connotations associated with it. What are people going to say? Oh, you've weaponized promoting things. Like, what are you talking about? You know, like there's not a negative way to have someone turn an on Gamergate yet again and say, look at what they're doing. No, it's taking their arguments away from them. Again, Pint DMG just said it. You know, yeah. Of course, actions always speak louder than words. I tell you what. Yeah, I'm reading. I'm just getting caught up on what you guys are saying. Satori has a good point. Spreading awareness of anti-consumer practices is as good a goal as any and more feasible. Uh, Even Dat Greymine is saying, discussing and pointing out how some companies are being anti-consumer is infinitely preferable. Even Stinglater is saying a boycott is definitely an option. It's a nuclear one, but it's not fully needed right now. Yeah, hey, yeah, if you want to come in here, Will, yeah, let me send you the link real quick. It definitely helps when I'm just not sitting here talking. So I'm gonna have Shala Shaska in here right now. I've given thoughts on rebuild initiative. It's exactly that. It's the counter idea, essentially, saying, "Hey, put developers into the spotlight." You're giving them word of mouth advertising. Like that's a huge deal. Yeah, I'm still reading. I'm scrolling back and reading what every single person is saying. Just looking at this stuff, looking at it and going over it, it's so tricky. It's so tricky because I said this right from the start. I'm saying it again. I understand what people are trying to achieve. I understand it. Like I actually get what the point is. I'm saying that there are better ways to get to that same point.
Hello? You working?
Hello. Yeah.
Okay. Whenever I came in, it said your microphone is not working. Like
Did you
specific.
plug it in right after?
No, no. It just like the second I connected, it popped up and said your mic. So I was like, well, we're off to a great start.
Spartacus did Spartacus Fox made a great point. It's not about telling people what they can't buy. That's the SJW method. It can be about telling people what is available. More options is always better. That right there is the exact point. It's just telling people what is available. That's where that promotion works. You know, you can't say you have to go buy this. No, that's not one, it's not fair. Two, it's kind of intent, it's not even intense. It's just it's yeah, it's a bad idea just in general. But by promoting and saying, "Hey, this developer is here. They're have this content available." That's just saying that's giving them the promotion that they need as a business. Now, if you give them promotion and they still sink or swim, they still sink or swim based on whether or not they have a product worth someone's time and money. But awareness is what most of the time kills really good ideas, or lack of awareness is what kills really good ideas or really good products. It's just that they don't have reach.
Well, I think because I don't know. Well,
Try turning your microphone up if you could a little bit.
okay. Let me see. Let me mess with these here options. I don't know how to. I don't. I really don't know how. Hang on. I don't know how to do this. Give me a second.
Yeah.
I did a stream with a friend once, and we're just like trying to figure all this stuff out. This is so crazy. Is that any better? Is that
Yeah,
any better?
it's you're probably twice as loud now. So good.
Okay. I had the microphone in a separate location. Sorry. Anyway, so you talk about, because it's like I reference this shit all the time when I'm talking to people. When you talk about how you have like people who build and people who destroy, you have the people who are in the background, the engineers and the builders. So while you're simultaneously like bringing down these structures, you're also building up alternatives. I think that's kind of, well, like what you're talking about. Whenever you say bringing attention to
Yep.
these good developers, that's the building part. But then I guess what is being called boycotting is all right, give me a second. Boycotting is kind of like the other end of it. It's like the destruction part, I guess, but it's more, to me it's like saying, okay, you did X, and because of X I don't feel like I can, I guess, morally or for whatever reason support you and your business anymore, and then this is me telling people why, and that's kind of
Hmm.
it. I'm not, because it seems like there are a lot of people who hear boycott and then it's just like, holy shit, you just threw down the motherfucking gauntlet, and it's just like, whoa, hold on, I'm just planting seeds. Maybe they'll grow.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with what you're saying right there. It's hell, it's like you heard me say, yeah, there are companies I'm not buying a damn thing from. But
Mhm.
even I'm in a weird position where I can't just flat out say certain stuff anymore because then people would take that as a call to action. And that would end up being a problem. And I also have to look at my own stuff and make sure that people don't go down an accidental path based on what I say. You know what I mean? And that's just me talking. That's what that's one of the things that worries me. And so I think that people should not make any purchases that they don't want to. You absolutely don't. Like in fact, there's a bunch of games that just came out over the past 3, 4, 5 days, whatever. We'll just say the past week. When I was picking up my PS4 and I walked into the store and I was like, oh, that company.
Yeah, I know what
Nope,
you're talking
fuck
about.
that. And I just, I turned right around and went and bought something else. Like, yeah, it just comes down to that. Um, but if Gamergate as a consumer revolt were to do that thing, I really do think that it would hurt. It would hurt a lot. And again,
Okay,
people are going to do whatever the hell they're going to do, and I can't stop them. But we could see the results of that, and yeah, you know.
so and of course this is just me talking with like one person and kind of keeping an eye on the chat. I'm sure there are other people who feel differently, but
Hmm.
if I'm kind of getting a lot of what you've been saying right, because I've also been listening to you and then trying to talk on the YouTube and then talk to people in the YouTube while listening to you and Remy.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so it's like, sorry, I don't know, I have anxiety and it's just going nuts and I don't know why. So it's like my voice keeps shaking.
Hey,
Okay,
don't worry about it.
it's just so weird. So it seems like it's not that you're against the idea of a boycott. It's just that you don't. It's a you don't want it to be associated with or be like too closely tied to the tag, like the like Gamergate, and then B, it's that too. And it also goes back to I guess what Remy was quoting was that it's kind of like a nuclear option in that you could end up hurting more people than you could end up than what would end up it would end up helping in the end.
Right, right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I understand what people are saying, and yeah, just as I said, like, there's a ton of shit I ain't buying now. I'm like, nope, you done fucked up. And that's just me. Like, I'm like, nope, 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 nope. Not making those purchases. That's just me. It's just, yeah, it's about people being careful with that. Because it's really, you will catch, people keep making the nuclear example. And if we're going to go with that metaphor, you will catch people in that blast. You will catch unintended people in that blast. And you have to sit there and look at, is it worth their loss? It's not. It's really, really not.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember all the. Let's see.
Yeah, we talked about a lot.
I know, and it's like there's some things that I thought about or talked about in the chat that I wanted to bring up again. Okay, I'm sure it'll all come to me. Oh yeah, I'm at Will of the Boss on Twitter. I've been my claim to fame was that I was the guy who got banned, shadow banned on Reddit, asking Julian Assange about Gamergate. Yeah, I'm at Will of the Boss on Twitter. Shalashaska. Yeah. Um, yeah, yeah. Imagine all the listeners are naked. Oh no. Well,
You know, since
I don't know if this is a lewd fireside chat.
um,
I'll try to
probably
mess with
not.
my mic some more. People are still saying it's kind of quiet.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's bad. It's bad. No.
Just to turn this over to an extra part of the discussion, because I've seen it go past a few times, and um, it's something that people are talking about. Well, what about dealing with stuff like review copies and things? That's something that I've thought about probably over the past week and a half or so, and looking at the review copy thing, and that is one way that developers have the ability to support Gamergate without putting themselves in harm's way. It's just as simple as them saying, well, we won't give review copies or review code to outlets that don't have a very up or clear and upfront ethical policy. If that's not publicly visible, we won't provide review copies to you. It's just that simple. And if enough developers did something like that, it would put them in a position where, you might have to do this, because one of the big things that separates bigger and smaller outlets is access to that review code. Who gets to speak on a game
Mm-hmm.
first?
Yep.
Like if people have access to that stuff, they're not late. It's like, think about the week in which a game releases. People go to the sites who have reviews up first, boom, the second the game launches, because that's where you can find the quickest amount of info. And then as the week goes on and more reviews start coming out, well, they become less and less and less relevant the more time passes until a title becomes retro, quote unquote, and people go back looking for fresh takes on those things. But a developer denying an outlet access to that title means that that ends up becoming late in the sense that, well, now the outlet has to actually purchase the title on day of release and then spend time playing it and covering all of that stuff. So that's one way, just one way in which a developer can actually affect this situation. And it's really great because they don't have to say Gamergate. They don't even have to mention Gamergate to make that happen.
Yeah, I talk about what you just talked about all the time, like the review copy stuff, how, that's so important because we're living in, just think about like 20 years ago or whatever when you had like CNN and that was a huge deal, 24-hour news. But now we're even beyond that, where like almost every single person has in their pocket a little plastic brick that they can use to reach information for whatever they want, whenever they want it. Like, that's insane. So whenever you have that, and that's the culture you're absolutely right. That's if people want the information now. They don't want to wait, and if they can't get it from your website, they will go somewhere else. And it's not even like a personal thing. It's just if I want this information, I'm going to go where I can get it. So, I mean, for me, that would be a reason to say, yeah, I would say boycott. Like, for me, that'd be like, because that's not something that I personally support. Like, and I'm not saying that's a call. Let's all, like, this is all hypothetical. This is just saying, like, that's something that I would say is I don't agree with the idea of review copy. So I would say to a developer, I don't support that. I don't. Yeah. What was the other thing? Well, okay. Remind me again. Can you follow up? What was the last thing you said?
Just what I was saying, that it's more effective or it's effective and allows developers to take Gamergate's side
Right,
by
right,
providing
right.
that.
Yeah, it's like what Total Biscuit said, and it's kind of been my policy lately in a way is that, well, what Total Biscuit said was that it's kind of already gone. Not that Gamergate is over, but like since it's happened, there is so much more visibility on these ethical issues that it's possible for more people to have a conversation about it now than before, and they don't have to do it with the tag. And it's my buddy Greg, who I do streams with. He's a student journalist, and he talked about how Gamergate is a bit like Watergate in that it's not. It was an event. It was people who lost trust in an institution. With Watergate, it was people losing trust in the government, and then here we have people losing trust with the journalists. So that's kind of my thing too. Is that like before, if a developer started talking about ethics in gaming journalism, they'd probably get a lot of weird looks, like what the hell are you talking about? What is that? But now it's like you say, you're right. More people can come forward and just be like, this is wrong, and just bam, people know what you're talking about. You don't have to go back and be like, okay, 20 years ago, GameSpot, whatever. That's so cool. I haven't really thought about that, but you're right. That's badass.
Right. Yeah. It's there. There are ways. There are ways for developers to be supportive of Gamergate by off to the side, without directly getting themselves caught in some of the ridiculous in-industry blacklisting. Because what's somebody going to do? Say, oh, it's just look at it. Look at the argument that someone would try to make against a developer that says that, what, you support ethical practices? Shame on you. No, what? It wouldn't make any sense. And so that's how a developer can do that stuff and say, well, we have standards and we have practices. We think that ethical business practices are very, very important in our industry. Who's going to bring a negative connotation to that? Who could possibly bring a negative connotation to that? And if they did, that would sound insane. Just looking at it, when you look at it from that particular point of view, it makes a lot of sense. Like, oh, ethics are important, and they say we want to continue to do business with other companies who also share in good, best practices and customer-oriented business. That's how you get other people to engage in the same thing. Because if let's say a hypothetical, let's say a developer Anyway, it doesn't even matter which one in particular, just did what I suggested. And then people go, yeah, you're right. And then they all rally behind that developer. And outlets who are all, putting up those ethical guidelines and policies, and they're all getting review code. Well, if that turns out to be a big title or some such, well, then everyone else has to stop and consider whether or not they're going to do that if they want to miss out on those experiences and those opportunities. And so then their hand is forced through positive action.
Let me see if I can find it. Someone just said something. Math UDX said, it's fine to not want to push away developers from Gamergate, but that doesn't mean they deserve a free pass to do whatever. I think that's a good point, but it's also been kind of addressed before by others, is that, just like, okay, like, I don't know if everyone here remembers or has been around long enough to remember when the Dell employee was one of those guys. He compared us to ISIS, and it's like, well, that's just one guy. That wasn't the entire company of Dell saying, or every single employee at Dell saying that, we think you guys are terrorists, because most people at Dell probably don't know who the fuck we are, or at least then they didn't. They might know now, but I do agree at the same time. I think the two things to consider is, one, that the size of companies. Like, it would be unreasonable to go after the entirety of Dell and every single employee at Dell for the one thing that was said by the one guy. But on the other hand, if you had like a smaller company, well, like, people are already saying, like, people are saying they're going to boycott Raspberry Pi, which is like a smaller institution for, the whole block list, subscribing to the block list. So, So I guess the way I'm framing this is like, okay, so we get that it's not cool to go after thousands of people for one, but like, what if it's a smaller company or not even a developer? Does the situation change? Does the idea of a boycott become, and not like a boycott under the banner of Gamergate, but just, this is fucked up? Does that become more valid because of the size, or is it something else? Do I need to rephrase that?
Yeah. Try and rephrase that a little bit. I'm trying to make sure I understand.
Right. So, because you're like thinking while you're talking,
Mm-hmm.
everything gets muddled. So, okay, yeah, like EA. So for instance, if I were to say I want to boycott EA and
Mm-hmm.
and I want to make it an official Goobergate thing, people would be like, well, hang on. Maybe there's some people in EA and BioWare who have been like critical, but there are plenty of other people who aren't, and it's not fair to impose that on the whole thing just because of some people. But like, say, I'm trying to think of a smaller dev team, like a smaller dev team of like 16 people. Like, let's say 14 of them are like, fuck those sexist pieces of shit, et cetera, et cetera. Does it then become more valid to boycott then, or is it less, or is it?
Oh, yeah. I see the point that you're getting at. You're saying, at what point does the number turn into this is okay versus not okay?
Yeah.
Me personally, I don't even go that far with it. It's, other people are saying, well, you shouldn't hold the actions of those one or two people accountable. But when you're looking at this on the business level, it's one person, particularly the higher up in the company. I would say that's the key thing: is the higher the position of the person in the company, the heavier their words and their actions are as a reflection upon that entire company. So, if a guy that's in QA at whatever company, well, he's really low on the totem pole, and I don't think it's as a heavy idea. But when you've got the president, or you've got the CEO, or a vice president, or the lead developer, or just somebody at the top, near the top of the totem pole, saying this stuff, it does turn into a public reflection of the company's stance. I mean, this is something that we've seen go down multiple times over the past few years. It's where someone who is in way too prominent of a position takes that stance, and how the public perceives that as being the company's stance. And that's why people have to be really careful with that stuff. So I don't look at the situation based on how many people in the company are saying it. I make my decisions based um, on the prominence of the people who are saying that. And I don't know. That's just me, and I'm not going to tell anybody else to think that way, but that's how I look at that, and that's kind of how I come around to that. Because look at it this way. Let's just use an example. If Randy Pitchford says something about Gearbox, doesn't matter what he's saying, but whether it's good or bad, I'm just saying if Randy says something, it's expected, and people treat that as the stance of the company. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and that kind of brings me to something else too. And yeah, it's funny you brought up Gearbox specifically because then I was thinking too. Okay, like I'm gonna be honest, like full disclosure, I kind of despise Gearbox. Borderlands, they pretty much ripped off this Japanese animated video or this CG video for the art style for Borderlands, and then I mean, oh god, and then there was Alien Colonial Marines and Duke Nukem Forever. Like they have a spotty. They're pretty shady, but that's not to say that every single employee at Gearbox is like some plagiarist bastard or anything. But at the same time, it's like if you can be aware of these things, like I guess the past of the company you're working with, or like the public relations, like the way people in that company hold themselves, at what point does it become the responsibility of the employee to like know what their employer is getting into? Like and again, this isn't official, but like if Gamergate boycotted Gearbox, I mean, at what point do you tell the employees, well, I mean, look at who you're working for, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, it's just it's just weird. It's really complicated. It's complex. There's a lot of moving parts, you know?
Well, and that's what I like about this, like discussion,
Yeah,
hashing
that's
things
just
out, because
same thing, just like I did in the past. Let's throw some stuff at the wall, find out what sticks.
yeah, and like and this is like why this whole thing has pissed me off today. Because it's not even that there are people who don't want to boycott or disagree with boycott. Because even I'm not jumping up to boycott or anything. I'm supportive of the idea as people performing boycotts themselves. But like I'm more or less with you with the idea that it's not something that should be like under the banner necessarily. But I've just been more annoyed by the people who are against the idea of boycotting and just the way they treat the people who want to boycott. Because like I've seen people like this isn't not all people who are against the boycotts are like assholes. It's just so weird because it's like I'm seeing things and it looks like verbatim the same shit that's been leveled at people who are for Gamergate by people against anti-Gamergate. So it's like, because Gamergate to me is like an open free market of ideas. At the end of the day, the best shit's gonna rise to the top, and because it's open and free, there's no control, you know.
Hmm.
And it's the same thing with the boycotts. Ultimately, it doesn't seem like it's the best idea, so it's not going through. And a lot of people are being critical, so that's fine. But then you have people who, but then you see like the personal attacks and the condescension. It's like, come on, guys, that's not Goobergate. We're better than that. Shit, y'all. That's not like I guess that sounds really accusatory. I don't know. It's just something. I'm sorry. It's just something that's bothered me that I've been saying today.
Yeah, it's people getting really hostile towards each other, and there's no need for
Like
people
even I was
to be
getting
that
pissed off,
hostile.
and then I kind of realized, damn, I'm like really angry about this because people have been like absolute nuts about this today.
Hmm. I guess what it is that it comes back to the same question. Is this about ethics in game journalism, or is this about dealing with developers that you don't like?
See, and for me, it's not, and that's the thing too. It's not. it keeps coming back to like boycotting developers. If I want to boycott anybody, I want to boycott publishers.
Hmm.
That's who I want to boycott, because honestly, I think these are the guys who are largely responsible for the climate that we're in. All the corruption, the special favors that you got. If you piss off one person, you piss off the whole industry. If you're not friends with this person, you can't get a job. I, I think it comes back to that. No,
Yeah.
I'm not a. Sorry, Doctor Strangelove Goobergate. Are you a GNNA double agent? No, I just like the name because it reminds me of the SpongeBob movie. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Oliver.
You're a goofy goober, yeah. Yeah, it really does come back to that. It's like, well, wait a minute, if this is about dealing with journalism, this is something that strikes a that using the promoting of developers is actually something that helps this situation where you're doing what those outlets won't do for those developers. You're making them prominent and relevant. And again, that actually helps this situation. Um, it puts them in a position where they can speak and they're not having to worry about that potential risk of any type of media backlash. It's putting them in a position. It's promoting the very things that Gamergate says that it's about, with promoting developer freedom, and their right to make what they want in the creative process. This, by promoting developers, supports that very statement that people have been saying from the start, you know?
Yeah, and Pint Damage says you can't effectively boycott publishers, though. They'd rather sink a dev than take responsibility themselves. And this kind of goes in with Oliver was talking about with just now with, developers having the freedom to create what they want. I've always been of the opinion that um, there's really two forces at work against journalists right now. On one hand, you have consumers, and then you have half of them, are in the Gamergate side who want better journalism, they want better reporting, and then half of them are like in the whole social justice clique. But then on the other side, you have pressure from publishers. They're pressuring the journalists to report in certain ways, and then you also have them leading to pressure to developers. Bear with me here as I try to collect everything. So that's the thing. I think it's just really all of it comes down to publishers. Like they're kind of the root of it right now. Because let's see, because if publishers weren't, because let's see, if we think back to how the reporting got to where it is, where we have the clickbaity stuff, the real nastiness, the clicks. On one hand, you have it where publishers will threaten journalists and say, if you don't review this properly, we'll blackball you. Like you said before, review copies, which are very important for news sites to have in this time. So if I just go blank, don't worry about it. I'm
No,
not dead.
no, I'm reading and catching up on chat at the same time too.
Um, the original thing though was that there's no way to effectively boycott publishers. I don't know, because I've been boycotting EA for a while. I haven't purchased anything with EA's name on it. I haven't touched anything EA related. I haven't touched anything with Ubisoft's name on it. Yeah, I kind of got lost in my own thing, so I'm just going back to the original thing I was addressing. Let's see.
Yeah, what Grim Sage is saying, they're not invincible. Look at Star Citizen. Crowdfunding and community-based games and projects is a way of shifting power from publishers. Yeah,
Yeah.
crowdfunding is a big deal in that sense. It does help to even remove publishers from that process. That's something that we've all been watching because publishers have also been a form of gatekeeping, where they had all the money, therefore they had all the power. And then when developers could start just appealing directly to their audience and say, this is what we're working on and this is what we intend to release, and we just need the funding to get that going the rest of the way, that did result in a really significant power shift. So there are ways to affect that. That type of crowdfunding and directly supporting developers yourselves rather than having to go through, again, an unnecessary middleman. Um, it shook the structure. It rattled the hell out of the cage for so many, because they weren't expecting that. It's not that much different from looking at the journalism situation to publishers. There are redundancies. There are a lot of redundancies. Game journalists are redundant in the sense of they're not required to keep the developer to consumer relationship working. You don't have to pick up a game magazine in order to just walk into a store and pick up a game, you know? And in that same sense, a publisher was a middleman and, was a necessary evil at one point because it was someone who had all the money and had the access to the resources so that people could make and release a thing. But then, well, along came crowdfunding and it removed the middleman, where a developer could directly, again, interface with their consumer. And same thing. It just shakes the hell out of people, and it's not just even with gaming where we're seeing middlemen being removed. Hell, that's even happening in. We've all seen that happening with music for the longest time. Same thing. If you're a musician, you're a composer, whatever, you can sit down, make your product, and you have access to the entirety of the audience just through the internet itself as a distribution method. It cuts out all of those resources, or it cuts out those bottlenecks where it would be difficult because you would not have access to a resource. That's no longer the case.
Well, and I'm not like, because there are people who are like trying to compare Gamergate to Ferguson. That's not the point. But specifically, I want to reference that there were streams last night of the riots and stuff because they weren't allowing the media there, and that's something that I've been noticing more and more is where you have the mainstream outlets are kind of becoming more and more irrelevant, and more people are seeing that they're not giving what's required, and you're seeing people taking journalism into their own hands,
Hmm.
citizen journalists, and I think you know it's the same reason why WikiLeaks is kind of paying attention because everything Gamergate is just I believe the word was microism. That's the way you pronounce it of mainstream stuff in a way.
Talking about microcosm.
Microcosm. Thank you. Yes, that was the word. Microcosm of the bigger picture, and that's true, and that's um, yeah, it's because you have these old creaky institutions that have been here forever, and they're bigger than God, and they've been here as long as anyone can remember, and nobody can imagine life without them. And I think the same is true with publishers and the big journalist institutions or big publications. That's the word I'm looking for. The big publications like IGN is that now we're seeing Kickstarter, and we're seeing sites like Niche Gamer and Tech Raptor springing up. You're seeing more decentralized, because I'm an anarchist. I'm all over that shit. You're seeing more decentralized people making things without having some guy in a suit tell them that, yeah, that's worth something. You can make that. People are just making it, and because of the viral culture, like, oh, like there's the Trollolo video. That was a guy singing on a Russian program in like the Soviet
Hmm.
era. Nobody saw that shit, but like because of the viral culture, suddenly it's huge, and it's like, well, that guy didn't need some guy at Sony to become famous. That just kind of happened, and that happened because of people. So it's like people are kind of starting in different avenues in all walks of life, taking back, I guess, responsibility and control and the ability to make decisions for themselves and buy what they want, etc. So it's all across the board. It's been pretty cool to see.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Just seeing that, and hell, that's again one of the reasons that I looked at Gamergate and I said this definitely has the potential to be successful, where you just have enough people moving in one particular direction. People can move mountains. They move mountains that way. Or hell, take a look at the idea of a Habitat for Humanity. Those people show up and they build houses in an incredible amount of time. It's just there's enough people involved in a thing. Individuals have a harder time, getting things done in a small window of time. But when you have enough people focused on a thing, you can make miracles happen. You know, and looking at that idea, and I think that if you guys want to see that major change, if you want to see, developers who haven't gotten the opportunities that others haven't, it's because people aren't aware. Just pushing awareness of that developer, that word of mouth advertising does amazing things. It does amazing things, and you don't have to spend a single time or a single dime to make that happen. Just talking about them, taking the 5 seconds, like right now, if you spend 5 seconds on whatever social media or even just talking, and you say, hey, this is someone that you should take a look at, that's huge because you're saying it and whoever's paying attention to you also sees that and then they're going to go look. Now whatever action they take from that point on, that's on them, but you're giving them an audience to say, hey, there's a metaphor I actually use for this. Dealing with this with my own work and my own books, I say I make the comparison of a carnival, and let's say a carnival's coming to town, right? And we'll say that it's like 10 miles outside of town, so it's not like boom, smack in the middle of the city proper. But if nobody knows that the carnival is there, don't be surprised when nobody shows up. And that's why you put up flyers, and that's why you talk to people and say, yeah, Carnival is going to be in town, and so on and so forth. You do all that, and that gets people's attention. That's why we have things such as the Carnival Barker. That's his job, is to draw attention to different things that people can do while there. It's like, hey, by the way, we've got this going on, and this, and this, and this. Come one, come all. That gets people's attention, and that piques curiosity, and just it pulls them in different directions. And that's really what this same kind of situation is with word of mouth stuff. It's that you have a lot of people barking about, maybe you should take a look at that. It's not saying you have to go buy it. It's a call to attention.
Well, and I think that's what Skynet was about. It was helping weaponize Twitter and help with that, help more people, because that was because that's like one shit that I've kind of complained about, where we kind of had for a while there. It was like this cult of personality. It was just like you kept seeing like the same people always show up, and like for some people it makes sense. Like for you, you're like an intelligent guy, so like you know because what I've always said is that what you're able to do is you're able to kind of take our bitching and moaning and translate it in like a more professional academic way.
Mhm.
So like seeing you pop up, yeah, that makes sense. But then you have other people who just come up again and again, and it's like, oh, because it's frustrating. Because one problem you have that you're fighting is that people's voices aren't being heard. But then whenever you have like a cult of personality, that doesn't help either, because then it's just the same voices being heard over and over again. So that's
Yeah.
why like I was all over Op Skynet, because that's yes, make that signal boost the good shit, not just because someone's famous, but you're signal boosting shit because this is a good idea, and more people are seeing more. There's more discourse and more back and forth, and it gets into like what you've been talking about this whole time, getting into um, like whenever Stardock and running with scissors, seeing increased sales and stuff, and that's what you're talking about, using because Gamergate is now kind of a network in a way, so using that and helping, because let's see, they talk about this in Metal Gear Solid 2, that evolution is natural selection. I mean, that's how does how do we decide what history is or what music we like? It's natural selection. The bad shit gets phased out and the good shit rises to the top, and that's just helping that natural process go along faster because you have more eyes, more people seeing the good shit, and that's what's going to be at the top. So
Yeah.
yes, I'm all over that.
I'm looking at what Math UDX is saying. Maybe I haven't been clear enough on this, and so I think I see where the confusion is coming in. Well, first thing I want to point out something that he said. Well, that's what PR departments are for. Well, I think there's a flaw in that. In you're making the assumption that someone actually has a PR department. I'm not even specifically talking about AAA developers, so I want to make sure that I'm clear on that. I'm just saying developers. You've got really, really small developers that are teams of 2, 3, 4, maybe even just 5 people, or maybe 10 or 16 or 20. Really small, little teams like that, where they might not even be able to afford to have someone where it's literally the president of the company or the CEO who's doing all the legwork on that front. They're wearing multiple hats and stuff. Um, and you take or to point out, you said if they want to show they respect their customers, they can reel their sour apples. And right, I'm not talking about the developers who are being bad. I'm just talking about spend time promoting good developers, the ones who are really making it a point to maintain that good customer relationship and do all that. I'm saying the best gift that we can give those who are actually trying to be customer focused and maintain ethical business practices, the best gift that we can give them is just pointing out to people that they exist. Does that make more sense?
Well, and to go with this and what Matt has been saying, what did Gearbox employees do about Randy Pitchford being a gigantic asshole on Twitter? What are they supposed to do about that? And that the situation you talk about, how do they reel in bad apples like the CEO of their fucking company? I'm not sure the employees have much pull there. I mean, I guess they could complain, but then they'd get fired. I think too is, and I don't have. I haven't gone and cross-referenced all the shit talking against Gigi, but I'd say it's a safe bet that a lot of the people who are willing to say that kind of shit are in pretty comfy positions anyway. They're not too scared about losing their jobs. It's more the people who are pro us, who are like the little guys, who seem to be having an issue with being scared of being reeled in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that is tricky. It's just like you said, how do you deal with somebody when they're the top dog, when they're on the top of the mountain and they're throwing things down from on high? How do you deal with that? And in that case, I would say individuals who don't want to support or purchase from that company, yeah, it's that simple. It's just do so, and that's the position that I'm in. It's just for me looking at this stuff and being very careful. I can't even say people I'm not. I can't say to people I'm not buying from this company because of X. It's for me. I'm in a weird position, and I wish that wasn't in that position. But looking at that and seeing that the damage that can cause, I just can't even vocalize that stuff. And that's me. That's just my unique situation on that front. But I will tell people, hey, if you don't like what X company is doing, don't buy anything. Don't talk about their products. Don't support them. And do how you're going to do. It's just like Thorne was saying, how she's like, oh yeah, I boycott all kinds of stuff. I boycott all kinds of stuff. Since this is unrelated to Gamergate, but to give you an example, like in my house, I don't read H.P. Lovecraft. I don't. I don't like the things that he wrote. That's just me. And we don't support that in our house, but at the same time, I'm not going to stop other people from, reading Lovecraft. I'm not going to stop people from going, well, you shouldn't read the Lovecraft mythos, and if you do, you're an asshole. No, I'm just, it
I'm
doesn't go
sorry, I
that
just
far.
have this mental image of like you and Mrs. Three Dog. Like you have a kid, and the kid, you find they have they have like Call of Cthulhu in their backpack. What on earth are you doing, bringing this filth into this house? How dare you? You're an embarrassment to the Three Dog name. Oh God, that's too damn funny. I'm
Oh
sorry.
no, and even then, no, we've actually talked about those situations. It's like, well, what if we have a kid who is, reading stuff or doing stuff that we don't necessarily agree with? Well, it's really simple for us. For us, it goes, okay, let's have a discussion about this. Let's talk about this. What did you think of this content and all that? Dealing with my niece, we encourage her to ask questions about things, and it's not about believing what we believe and forcing you to believe what we believe. No, we want you to come to those thought processes on your own. And the same thing would be with my kid. It's more important to me that my children know how to think for themselves than believe what I'm telling them, just because I believe it. That's just how we are in our home. Like, we encourage discourse and dissent. Like, that's how we are. We engage in discussion. Hell, if you heard some of the fireside chats that she and I have had in the past just about writing, like, we look at different things in a really different light, and we disagree on a lot of stuff, but we're united in people's right to disagree about stuff without it turning into a huge big thing. And so that's how that is. And that's how that kind of compares to this situation too. I will tell people, don't buy from people that you don't want to. Like, it's just that simple. But when I look at that as the big mass, the big whole, if everyone is doing that, and like we said, it turns into a big organized kind of thing, it would be bad.
Well, I don't know. Well, okay, a while back there was more drama similar to this, and this was back when Jade was posting the boycott goal of the day every day. It was Xseed, and it was the first developer to be involved in it, and it was when we were just emailing Kotaku's advertisers and shit. Um, and I even like made a video talking about this, and I was like, the thing is that you know we can like complain all we want, but then when it gets down to it, sometimes things won't change unless the bottom line is affected. If the stock, like, unless the stockholders get pissed off,
Hmm.
and unless the CEO says, oh, "Holy shit, my job is to make this company money. We're not making money. What the fuck is going on?" Um, like to me, boycotting isn't necessarily hurting the company. Boycotting is communicating clearly in the universal language money that this practice is unacceptable, or this practice is harmful. I can't support this. If you do this, I can't be your customer, essentially. So I mean, yes, you might have collateral from it if more people, and not like I'm not talking about an official Gamergate block list. And I'm not saying that's what you were saying, but this might be what some people are getting listening to this. But the idea that if more people in Gamergate were, and if I'm not saying it right, feel free to correct me, but that you just see that it would be harmful that if more people in Gamergate were to hop onto the boycott bandwagon, even if it's not official Gamergate sanctioned activity. But to me, it's like kind of necessary because I don't know how many low key employees do you have to get who are with us before shit actually changes? Because how much weight do they have? How much weight do we have if we're just like, if yesterday we're giving these people the same support and same money, or today rather, we give them the same support and money that we were yesterday, there's no change. Where does the incentive come in for them to start saying, okay, you know, these guys have shit the bed. It's time to get out. And Remy mentioned too that some people may already want to, but they may not be able to because there are contractual obligations and relationships. So, and I get that, but this is big scope hypothetical speak, I guess.
Hmm. Yeah, it's just being careful with
Yeah.
that stuff, and
Well,
and being able to
and I
predict the long-term consequences.
and that's what I talked about this with someone else, and through your messages or mentions that like, okay, so say for instance we were to boycott Kojima Productions. Like we're not going to buy Metal Gear 5 for whatever reason. You know,
Hmm.
if there was a good enough reason, I would. I fucking love the whole damn reason I got a PS4, and if there was a good enough reason, I would. So first of all, the first thing we would have to do though is to see, okay, does Kojima Productions have like a PR department or a marketing department? Like who is responsible for the decision that led to this? Konami, who's pulling the strings? Is it? And then it's okay. Okay, so why do they have this relation? Advertising, etc. Is it part of a larger deal? So yeah, it's well, I guess it plays back into trust but verify. Like, okay, I trust that we should boycott Kojima Productions because of X reason, but we should verify that A, that they're the right target, and B, that it's the right move and it would actually affect anything instead of just blowing up in our faces or making us look like assholes.
Hmm. No, I think you actually make a really interesting point there. Um, it's yeah about verifying. Like, I suppose in certain instances, if if people were to sit down and go, this developer is really, really particularly shit the bed, so to speak, and it falls directly in line with Gamergate's original intents and goals and things like that. Me personally, and that's just me speaking, I don't think I would see an issue with that, but it is something that has to be done really carefully. Does that make sense?
Well, I think that's like I'm not 100%. Like I'm pro boycott because like consumer revolt. And I've said before that I think boycotting is more a form of communication than anything else. A little messy, but it gets the point across. But I'm with you 100% that if that's something that starts happening more, that's you got to be sure that there's no use in doing it if it's not actually going to help. There's no use doing it if you're just going to blow more shit up because that was like talking about the idea of boycotting as a climate of fear. It's like, well, there already is one. So are we let's see, are we taking out targets or are we just kind of adding more fuel to the fire? Because shit's already kind of broken. I think it needs our help to break it more. You know?
Oh, I'm sorry. Real quick, I just actually just got an email from one of the developers I've been speaking to, and he's asking me to look at something real quick. So
Okay.
oh damn. So
Guess
I'm
I
just responding to
can.
that. Yeah, just speak for just a second.
Just a second. Okay. Let's see. Why are we against that? There's far better alternatives instead of a boycott. Uh, companies not those. I'm against the boycott being made an official thing, but against consumers and participating in the game boycotting. If that makes sense. Okay. I've said before, and I think I haven't seen your name before, Yago, so you're probably just joining that. For me, I'm not like if we were to boycott anyone, I'd want to boycott publishers, not the developers, But I don't think anyone said anything about like officially weaponizing boycotting or anything. It's just kind of being talked about right now. There are many blocklists out there, and I don't give two shits about being on one of those. It only shows someone might be afraid of what I'm saying. Yep. Actually, ever since they started doing blocklist on discourse, to be better because they're not just spewing their crap as much. It's nice. Also,
Um,
like it's nice. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, no, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're in the middle of something.
I was going to say too that it's also nice because they have us all blocked so that when we make fun of them, not like harass them and abuse them, but like just make fun of them and ridicule them. They don't turn around and call it harassment, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is pretty big. One of the developers I've been speaking to will have an interview that's coming up today. It's
Where
going to be a video. It's going to be right here on YouTube. I'm actually having to go over that stuff and verify it, again, because they're going to be speaking anonymously. So when I drop the link for that later on this afternoon, I'll tell people have personally spoken to this developer. They've worked on big stuff. Like when I say big stuff, I'm talking stuff that just came out. um, and it's a I don't even want to. I'm really particular about the companies that they've worked for and are currently working for. Let's put it this way: this developer has worked on, just for example, they were someone who worked on Darksiders.
Oh,
Yeah, and they're going to be speaking on this stuff. Obviously, there's a ton of people, but
whenever you say this stuff, just the journalism and all that.
yeah, it's
Okay.
going to be one of the bro team interviews, Barry. Um, so just so people know, and that's the thing. That's how I can verify it. Is what they're going to be speaking about is something that is a person I've already been in a conversation with. And many of those developers are. There are AAA devs. Just to go back what Will of the Boss has been talking about. Um, there are how he said that you've got people at the top talking stuff, but you've got all these employees underneath them who could potentially feel completely different, and in many cases they do feel different, but they're not allowed to speak on this stuff. They are silenced just as much as we have been in that sense. So it's they have to take all these weird, and not it's not even weird. They just have to take these very careful steps, and they're being very, very cautious, and for good reason. These are people who could lose their employment just because they disagree. It's that bad, you know? And so I guess we can just look at that stuff and don't, or I would say, just don't necessarily believe that everyone in AAA, just for example, is against you. They're not. There are more people who are on your side than what you think, but they are it's just as we said, it is almost a hostage situation. They are being bound and gagged and cannot do anything. But because people can't see that visibly right there in public, they're believing something else. I've been in too many conversations with these developers. It's an obscene amount. Here's what's happening is that the only visible speaking that they're seeing from developers are the ones who are saying negative things. And so it's leading to this presumption that, well, if this developer is saying it, then all developers must feel that. And that's not true. There are tons of AAA developers who are directly opposed to the things that those very outspoken developers who are saying things negatively,
The Unseelie Court. What's this about Darksiders? I missed that. This has not been confirmed yet. Oliver will be personally checking into it, but a developer who worked on Darksiders will be doing an anonymous bro team interview later today on YouTube, or it'll be posted later today.
hmm
And I'm
Yeah.
I'm actually really interested in what he has to say, just because if for those of you who don't know, Darksiders was an action adventure epic game by like it's one of those, because that's the scale, epic scale. You have gods and all that. By Vigil Games, who was a developer who was owned by THQ, who went bankrupt a few years ago. And that's why I'm interested in what he has to say, because THQ died in this whole AAA culture. So I'm curious to see if he'll touch on that at all. I mean, as I understand it, the focus will be on the journalism side of things, but he might get into that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, and the reason I even gave that example was just think about it, is that that title is significantly older at this point. You know, it's been out for a while, and because the team is so huge, it's just not personally identifiable for that person. But that's just an example of the titles that they've
Oh,
worked on. You know,
okay.
so that's the most important thing. But it's like I've seen all of this person's credentials. They've worked on really, really major stuff. And I think that's just a sign. And that's the reason I said it. When I say there are AAA developers who actually care about this, and when I say they care, I don't mean, um, all timid. No, they are just as frustrated as you guys are. They're really, really frustrated. It's insane how frustrated they are by this situation. Um, they genuinely do care, and they're sick of the same crap that everyone else is. But then they're sitting there afraid for their jobs and their families. These are people who have mortgages, folks. They're just sitting there like, man, I can't lose my job no matter what, or else my family doesn't get to eat. Like, that's the kind of stuff that it comes down to.
I'm probably going to fail spectacularly at this, but um, to kind of paint a picture, um, think back to like the early 90s. Doom, that was a game made by like 16 people. That wasn't a game that was published by some big company. There weren't, all these meetings, and they didn't have to go through all this, peer testing and peer review shit like where they bring it, or focus testing. That's what I'm looking for. Focus testing, all that. It was a game made by like 16 guys who were all passionate about it. They loved it. This was absolutely what they wanted to do, and they poured their souls and beings into this passion project. You can see in Doom that's those guys. That's what they love. And now if you look at games now, you have huge movie blockbuster games made by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, and they're smaller development times, and projects are less personal, and they're becoming more samey. Like, we, and it's like Oliver's saying that there are people who are frustrated like us. It's what happened is it's like the people who love games, we've slowly been pushed out by these, whether they be political idealists or people with looking to make some money. Like, it's kind of like the publisher thing, right? They've kind of come in and they've really muddled things up. um, I I feel like a broken record because because I feel like that's kind of the crux of it, is that as things get bigger, we've seen the people who love the games and are passionate about the games. They work unreal hours, illegal hours to get these fucking games done. Like, if they're away from their families, they're away on holidays. Like, it's insane the amount of work and blood that these people put into these games, and it's not enough because of how huge it's gotten. And I think, and I, the point that I'm trying to get to is that we've gone from a time when these were passion projects and people were able, it was just pure love, 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 to now where there's just so many more factors at work. There's PR and money and marketing, and there's these gigantic businesses. So, and this goes back to something that I saw was being argued about in chat, which was, who, boycotting like devs. It's like, don't go after like the QA guys and the modelers and the testers and the programmers, because they're the guys who Oliver's been talking about. They're the ones who are passionate and love games. That's why they're in the business. It's like the eye are probably more drawn to the people who don't have a whole lot to do with the games themselves, like the journalists, the people who push for these weird release schedules and monetization schemes. I think those are the people who are against us insofar as like within the industry is concerned. Those are the people in the industry who'd be against us because they benefit from the system. The corrupt publishers get benefits from being able to tell journalists that if you don't review a game how we say, we're going to take away coverage and your site's going to take a hit for it, or we're going to pull ad money. because you didn't review a game how he said. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There are some developers who do benefit from this system, but there are many who don't. You know, and so when
Yes.
I showed up and I looked at this, all of this stuff, and I said, this is big, this huge reach. You're fighting for developers who can't speak. It's just that simple. You are fighting for those who are also silenced. You and I and all of us, we're not the only ones who have been silenced by certain systems in place. Like, it's just a way to look at it, to go back to that same metaphor of being a hostage. Developers are held hostage in many ways, not
Yeah.
just by publishers, but they're also being held hostage by journalists, in that sense, metaphorically speaking, of course. And we have to think about how bad the climate is, where people go, well, how come all these developers are speaking anonymously? Well, look at it. Why would they have to speak anonymously? Like, that should be the question at hand right there. Why would they have to? It's that bad. It's
Well,
that bad that
that's
they can't speak.
and that's stuff I've been pissed off about for years, and that's why I've been involved in Gamergate from so early on because it's like I've been bitching about this for so long. Welcome to the conversation. Shit. Um, and I kind of have to wonder with the picture you paint. I hate using this because it's so emotionally charged. But if it's like a hostage situation, and it's like you have three of us, publishers, developers, or publishers, journalists, and consumers poised against developers, what happens when there's a third gunman? Like, what happens when every single facet of the industry is in some way poised against the developers? Like, would because I don't know, I don't know if I've heard you talk about this, but the idea of a second crash, could that cause a second market crash? Could that be like the scorched earth that we need to rebuild things and get get things back on track?
Yeah, I've talked about how if things got out of control, it could potentially crash the market. It's the same thing. It's a murky thing. It's very hazy. It's clouded. Like, no one can look at that. I'm just saying that there's always the potential consequence of something like that happening. I wanted to address something that Sting later is saying in the chat, because he's making a really good point. He said devs haven't got one ad company to pull out. They haven't gotten one ethics statement in, not gotten the FTC involved. Yes, they have the right to be in this, but our rights to do things don't end when it might hurt a dev. It's about companies, not devs. If a company treats its customers badly, you have every right to boycott them. The only reason you should not logically is that it will not work. I don't disagree in that sense. With the overall statement of just, yeah, they have the right to be in this, but it doesn't mean that we should stop exercising our rights. No, I don't disagree with you. You're right on that spot. I'm just saying that on the scale of beneficial to not beneficial, it's less beneficial than it could be. Do you know what I mean, Sting? Looking at this, it's that developers are many developers, and that's the key thing. I'm not even talking about all developers. We all know that there are plenty of developers who have done some really bad and really sketchy stuff. But it's the response to that is just like other people have said in the chat right now. Is this the time to do that? It's the big question. Is now the appropriate time? Timing is a huge thing on so many different issues, just in life, of whether or not it's appropriate to do this right here in this time in this place. When I talked before, I said, people have beef with quite a few big game developers, and it's okay to have that beef. And I'm not telling people to abandon that either. It's a question of it. It's not even a question of. It's just that saying, "I'll deal with you later." It's not letting people off the hook. It's just making sure that we don't get so distracted that the whole point of this ends up getting lost in the process. Does that make sense?
I think that kind of ties into um, like I always get annoyed whenever there's such a focus on people talking about like feminism and social justice and shit within Gamergate. Like I know why, but for me it's like if it's as far as like Gamergate is concerned, the issues that it has with feminism and social justice aren't feminism and social justice. The issue is that the effects that they have on journalism and artistic freedom. Whenever those things start to interfere with the artist's ability to express themselves or the ability or quality of the reporting that's going on, then yeah, Gamergate will have a problem with those things. And it's kind of the same with the boycotting and all that goes, is that yes, if you're doing something or whatever that gets in the way of those things, then yes, it is relevant to Gamergate. But at the same time, it's like, you know, like okay, it would be relevant to talk about the issues in the boycott, like a boycott within Gamergate, the frame of Gamergate, to talk about the effects and how that impacts again the two key things, which is journalism and expression. But then if like you were to do an actual thing, it wouldn't have anything to do with Gamergate. That would just be on you or somewhere else. But yeah,
I'm scrolling back. Um, there's a couple of questions. Um, Matthew DX said, "What
oh yeah,
exactly is it going to take for developers to come out and support us? Any idea?" Yes, I've been saying this for a few weeks now. Developers will support Gamergate. Again, look at it from the business perspective. They will support Gamergate when they know that their business will not be um, affected to the point of no recovery. You know, businesses have to make decisions all the time, back and forth. Well, do you support this or do you not support that? So on and so forth. And it's a weighing of those risks. And if developers, find themselves in a position of we can talk about this and not only just talk about it, but actively go, yeah, this stuff is messed up and we think it needs to change, and they know that their business is going to be safe and secure in some way, shape, or form, yeah, they'll talk about all kinds of stuff all day, every day. Um, well, hell, just kind of look at it from the Annie point of view. The people who are speaking out feel safe and secure in their business. The developers who aren't speaking either don't feel safe and secure in their jobs enough to be able to speak on this, or they don't feel that their studio is safe and secure in that business sense. Look at Brad Wardell. Why is he able to talk about this situation? How about because he
he
feels
owns the
safe and
damn
secure in
company.
his business? Right. He's like, yep, he can do that because he feels that his company is safe and secure and that it's not going to affect his bottom line. In fact, because he came out in support of Gamergate, as somebody mentioned in here earlier, and same with Running with Scissors, people are saying, according to reports, I haven't verified this, but they're saying that their business actually increased, not decreased for them by taking the side of the consumer. And more companies need to feel that way, and there will be more people who would speak up in that sense, but there are many who don't feel safe. They're looking at the risk, they're looking at the potential consequences, and right now it's not there's no grand benefit for them to put that much at risk. We all know what the huge benefit is, but what we're saying is it's about that risk.
I'm glad you brought up that question because I got onto my thing and totally forgot about it, and I was meaning to address it. Uh, in my stream with my buddy Greg, who is a student journalist, we kind of talked about again how, um, and I've mentioned this here, that one of the reasons WikiLeaks pays attention, and they've talked about this, is that Gamergate is a microcosm. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I got it right this time. A microcosm of the big picture. So, and that's what we talked about. You know, we do a thing, and then I'd be like, well, that's kind of like in gaming, or it'd be like, yeah, that's how that's in this. But we talked about how there's the concept of the fourth estate. You have the three branches of government, and then the fourth estate is journalists. The reason that the Constitution protects speech of journalists is not just a free speech issue, but they are like the fourth branch of the government. They're supposed to always be there to expose whatever wrongdoing that happens. So, what do we do to make developers feel safe? We need gaming journalism needs a fourth estate. It needs a body that will call out wrongdoing and help lead to more transparent dealings where it's you can't hide behind a shield of any ideology, whatever it is, be it feminism or the idea that all consumers are entitled man children, whatever it is, and that, and also, so that if, say, like, okay, like, let's say if someone, oh, what are they? Oh, Sledgehammer Games at Activision. They're the guys who one of the teams that does the Call of Duty games now. Like, let's say they came forward pro Gamergate, a bunch of their employees, and then Bobby Kotick like dumped the whole team. They would need, like, then the journalists would report on that, and then everyone would know, and then everyone would, like, Activision would get fucked for doing that. But that wouldn't be the case. It would just get kind of buried under the rug or whatever. It would never actually be addressed. So, and that's kind of what Gamergate is doing. It's leading to, I guess boycotts. We're not at the point to where a boycott would be effective if we were to go to that route, or because then it's, because Oliver brought this up, is that at the moment, developers have publishers and journalists against them, and that if we are against them, what the hell did the developers do? They have no out. At this point, consumers are kind of the only developers out, because we're the money that's funneled into this industry. We make up this industry. So if we don't start telling these people, treat these fucking developers better because they make the stuff we love, no one will, and things are just going to get progressively shittier and shittier. Okay, but
Right.
what I meant by my question is, what will it take for them to feel comfortable? When will the mainstream media finally vindicate us? Something else?
No, they will get more comfortable when they also when they'll get more comfortable when, and again, this is just certain circumstances, but this is some of the stuff that's been told to me, when they feel like Gamergate isn't an actual threat to them in any sense of the word.
Well, I think they'll feel more comfortable whenever shit like that happens and more people are mad about it and more people are willing to put their money where their mouth is.
Hmm.
If whenever transgressions occur, and you know,
And this is, well, here's the thing. This is why that rebuild initiative is really important, because this is what puts developers in that position to go, I feel really cool with supporting this, and as a business, we do want to support that idea. It's very upfront. It's very, very clear that it will be gamers are supporting the developers who produce, that intellectual content that we all enjoy. It's just remember that again about how people see things and how they're observing things, and we've all been dealing with a skewed story in that sense. Well, the Rebuild Initiative, again, as a big upfront thing, if it goes on, it will be loud and clear. Again, not only does it damage counter narrative, but it helps developers go, huh, they really do give a damn about this industry. They actually care about me. And then they will step up to the plate. They will be more inclined to step up to the plate.
God damn it, it took like 6 or 7 hours, but I finally, that, like, with the whole discussion, the whole thing was like, if not boycotts, then what? That's what rebuild initiative. Okay, there we go. Shit.
Yeah. Rebuild Initiative, that's why it's there. Um, it's really shocking that people haven't latched onto it, but maybe it's because it's the same thing, the long-term ideas, the long-term benefits of it weren't upfront and clear and apparent to people.
Well,
But
yeah,
that's what
because
it can
because
achieve.
whenever I saw it, I just saw it was write letters to the ESA and this person and tell them that shit's fucked. And it's like, well, yeah, shit's fucked, but I don't see what telling people about it's going to do. But then, okay, but then that makes sense because then it's like, but then it's the gateway for developers to be able to speak without fear of instantly being shit canned. That makes
Hmm.
sense. That's
Right.
important. Okay, that gives them the platform they need.
Right. All that stuff. So when we combine promoting devs together and you combine the idea of the rebuild initiative, it's giving them what they need so that they can move forward on it. It's kind of like the idea of what Cyborg was talking about some time ago. It's the same idea and concept. Just it's a huge thing. It's giving them the tools so that they can step up to the plate because they want to step up to the plate, but we've got to create an environment where they can. And I'm just reading over chat as well.
Yeah, me too. Developers go through a lot of stress. Some of these companies treat their dev employees horribly. Yeah, this is kind of what I get back to what I was talking about, where
With crunch
before
and
even
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, you have Doom, which was made by like 16 guys, and those are guys who probably slept in an office and had 18-hour days. But that's because those guys wanted to. They loved this game. This was their soul, their passion. They put everything they had into that game. But
Hmm.
now you have a situation where now they're being forced to do it because if they don't, the game doesn't get released, and well, gotta have those yearly release cycles. Yeah,
Don't
it's so
forget,
messed up.
don't forget, like I said, that Will of the Boss brought up earlier, when I talked about, deconstruction and construction. You got architects and you've got demo men. You've got people that tear certain structures down while other people build ones up. This is that time to build things up. That's why that's why whoever came up with Rebuild Initiative called it the Rebuild Initiative. It's you have to build other things up to take their place. If you just spend time all the time tearing things down, well, then we're just left in a pile of rubble. And then it turns into now what? But no, if you're building things up on that cleared out land, so to speak, we can put something up there and something that helps keep moving things forward. This is one of the next progressive steps into getting these changes that we're asking and that we've been asking for this whole time. It's about not creating a void, where there's just a blank space there. If you don't fill that with something, just another opportunist would swoop in right behind it, and then you'd be trading one devil for another. And so it's about making sure that if you want to rebuild things, that you go about, or not just rebuild things, but making sure that we're actually moving into something that's better and more positive, that we help to foster that environment. It's no, here's a better way to describe it. It's tilling the earth, right? It's almost like a garden. You got to go in there, you got to prepare the soil and all that so that new things can grow out of it. Because there's anyone who's done any kind of farming or gardening for a while could tell you that, if you got bad cracked earth and you plant a seed in it, well, it's not going to grow. You've got to prepare that environment so that great things can come from it. Doing things like the Rebuild Initiative is tilling the ground and preparing it to be a good environment for people to go, okay, let's make something great here. Yeah, and as Bozzy said, the developers we love idea is a great counterpart to the concept of the Rebuild Initiative. Um, Math, when you were saying, that's actually something I said months ago, was that when all this is done, when it's over, whenever it ends, and the dust is settled, and people feel like there are no direct consequences, to be able to look back on this in a historical sense, you will hear a lot of people who come out and speak on this in a very positive fashion and say, yeah, I did agree with that, but I couldn't take the risk, or I couldn't do this, or I couldn't do that. Historically, this has been the case in many situations. Hell, take a look at the idea of the Vietnam War and people who protested that, just to use a loose example. And you had a lot of people who were completely silent on that issue and wouldn't say anything because in a situation like that, same stuff. They could not speak out on it. But you come and ask them a couple years later, they're like, oh yeah, like they're like, yeah, I absolutely did not support that, and so on and so forth. And people are like, how come you didn't speak up then? They were like, consequences were too dire for them, on an individual case-by-case basis. And that's why. It doesn't mean that they didn't agree with you. It's that there's a lot of damn risk for them. And I would hope that people understand that. Like, I didn't
Well, it's the whole
understand that.
reason we're doing this is
Yeah.
that the I mean, proposed blacklists already, but I mean, you shouldn't be afraid that your game is gonna get blacklisted or you won't have a job tomorrow just because you had a boo plate in the game.
Consider the following. What if people sit down and they say, well, we're gonna boycott a thing? How do you know that you wouldn't be? Let's say people come up with this idea of boycotting devs, and let's just name. No, I'm not even going to name a particular dev. Let's just say, for example, you say, well, I'm boycotting this developer because I've heard their president or CEO or whatever say this. And this kind of goes back to the example you were talking about earlier. Well, what if 95% of the employees actually agree with you, but they're not able to speak? So wait, did you just sit down and boycott a developer where the majority of their staff actually agreed with you and agreed with Gamergate's aims and goals? And now you just put that person's job in jeopardy. How do you think they're going to react? Don't you think that they would then turn around and become anti or even negative?
Well, I don't know, because I'm putting myself in their shoes, but I would be pissed at the person who said whatever that got us in that situation. Because because like, and this goes back to like talking about like people's perceptions. They may not even be that aware of this, but like if I'm pro Gamergate, then I'm kind of aware. Okay, it's decentralized and all this, and one of the things that they're fighting is the whole blacklist, secret police culture, whatever, the cliques and whatnot. So I know that I can't speak up in the first place. So if they're going to go against my boss who can speak up and then come against us, it's like, well, is it their fault or is it my boss's fault for being a prick? And then who should I actually be against? Because for me, that doesn't register as I should be against the people boycotting me. It's I should still be against this stupid culture and also my boss who's an idiot, apparently, if that makes
Mm,
sense.
yeah, it's just a tricky situation,
I
and
think one problem with the hypotheticals is that they always get taken to like one end, but
mm,
then usually in a situation, things don't just end, there's an afterwards. But then the hypothetical, you never get to the afterwards. Because like right then it was if we boycott them, how does the dev feel? But then the afterwards is, well, hang on, you know, because it's 95% of them in this hypothetical. I mean, some of them could be pro Gamergate and then not really be aware of everything about it, but then some could. I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud. What were you saying? Interrupting you on your own damn show.
no, it's not even a thing. This is just where we're talking about the situation. This is different the from GNR. It's just we're talking about a situation. We're talking about it happening, like as it's happening.
It's
So
happening.
right, it's happening, and it's all really tricky, and it's all very difficult. And there's, just as you said, there's lots of hypotheticals, and we can try and follow the logic chain as far as we reasonably can, and just see where the potential consequences are. And that's what I deal with potentials.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at this, and I say, well, there's a huge potential for this to blow up in people's faces. It's a significant enough chance that it's not worth the risk. I mean, really, that is how predictability works, I guess, in that sense of when we look at this and we say, are the odds significant enough in this happening? Like, boom. And we go, yeah, it looks like there's a pretty significant chance of this backfiring and hard. And so we want to avoid that risk. Like, it's like, well, wait a minute, can we get to the same aim? Can we get to the same goal through a different method with less risk? Yes. Yes, we can. So that's how we should go about doing that. Polly, again, says the same thing. Like I said, Polly is someone else who has to speak anonymously. You're right here. Like, look at everyone should be actually paying attention to chat. If you're not paying attention to the chat, pay attention to that. Polly is another anon who came to me, and we've been in conversation, so I know who Polly is. But Paula is saying things like being pissed off at big wigs of the company doesn't magically create jobs. We need to put food on our table. I think one
I
of the
don't think he
biggest
said that,
issues.
but
No, no. I think Paula's just talking in general. Um, and looking at that, I mean, that's kind of the point that I've been trying to make as well. It's that I think the worst part of all of this is the dehumanizing. Like, we've talked about that in the past, this dehumanization of people. And one thing I see is that people talk about developers like they're not people. It's this very nebulous thing. It's really, really, really nebulous until someone actually hears the developer speak. And then there's that reminder, oh yeah, I'm dealing with another person. I know you remember me telling the story of sitting down and checking out Fallout New Vegas before it came out and actually getting to talk to Larry Liberty, and I'm like, these people actually really give a damn about the product that they're making. They actually care. They care about what people think about them. They they really do take that stuff seriously, and when they sit down to create these things, they're really concerned about what people think and how people enjoy their product and all of that. And for them, dealing with game journalists is like dealing with it's like making a deal with the devil that you really didn't want to make, and your hands are tied and you don't have a choice. It's really crappy to sit there and have those conversations, those one-on-one real human being conversations of what is this like? Just tell me about your experience of doing this. And when they're not all stressed out and clenched up, worrying about PR and things like that, and you just sit down and have a conversation, they're going to tell you some stuff. And you're going to realize, like, wow, this is a person who really loves their job and they really love what they do for a living. And there are many things that are scary for them that they have to deal with that people don't even think about and they don't consider. It's why people go back to that whole Metacritic situation that happened with New Vegas and them not getting their bonus. It wasn't just about, oh, just money, money, money. It was, oh, holy crap, It's one of those situations where they didn't meet a certain standard, handed down from on high by a publisher, and now people have to worry about, I can't afford to keep you. I have to let you go because there's literally no money to pay you. There's a lot at risk. It really, really, really is. And that's why I say promote these developers, promote the ones that you actually care about, the ones who are doing the actions and who are doing the good business practices that you actually care about, and they're really focused on that stuff because it is you ensuring their future survival. It is helping to ensure their future survival because, again, you are putting their product, not even their product, you're putting them as a business in front of a lot of people, and you are giving them the opportunity to try and keep that business going. Like, that's the key. You are giving them opportunity. It's not a guarantee, and you're not saying, well, everyone should have to go and buy their thing right now. No, that's not it. You're just giving them a fighting chance without the media fucking their shit up. That's the best way I can put it.
And the Bethesda thing or the Fallout thing is so fucked up too. And when you realize that Obsidian is made up of people from like Black Isle who made the actual Fallout games, so they have to make an expansion pack to, in my opinion, I don't, I don't know, I don't know. I'd say inferior to the previous ones. Not, I don't know. It's kind of hard to grade, but I guess different. I guess difference more of the way they have to like do this whole different approach because someone else came and took their games and did all this weird shit with it. And then on top of that, they have to like try to go to the standard that they set in order to get a bonus. And this is a series they originally made. How fucked up is that? That's insane. This industry is crazy.
Yeah, yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard and it's really tricky, and it definitely changed my own perceptions on the situation, on looking at developers as, this cold entity. No, I was just standing there talking to the dude, talking to plenty of developers. They actually give a shit. And here's the thing, developers, that's the key, are gamers. If people don't get that, or if it's something people haven't considered, well, you really should. These are people who play games. How do you think they know how to make them? It's because they see what other people do and they think, well, maybe I can do this better, or let me try my take or interpretation on a particular type of genre, or things like that. These are people who have been playing games all their lives. And I'm not talking about big publishers, the big guys on, top of the pile who may or may not game, but I'm saying the people who are making these games, the people who release them, they play. I was thinking about when Skyrim was still in development, and I think you can still go check this on the Bethesda blog, where they sit down and they ask developers, they say, hey, what are you playing while we're working on this? And looking at their response, they're playing all kinds of stuff. I would love if somebody could actually find that. Quite a few of the developers on Skyrim were playing Persona 3 at the time. They were like, that game is fucking crazy cool. I've never seen anything like this. And they were dropping the hours in there. I was like, that was unexpected. Like, but then how often do you hear about developers talk about what games they're playing? Really, think about it. We don't really hear that a whole lot. Like, at least not in the public spaces and in articles and things like that. It's just one of those things, though, looking at it. So people say, well, developers are not consumers. No, they are consumers. They are out playing the same things that we are, and they are enjoying the same consoles and the same content that we are. But again, oh, wait, that whole business thing. They can't come, they can't just come right out and say, oh, yeah, man, I played this game and it was complete garbage. You know, cross your arms. They can't say that. They're running afoul of legalities, like that would turn into being an anti-competitive practice. They cannot even say, I played this and it's absolute garbage, and let me tell you why. It's not that easy for them.
Well, I was just thinking like almost never really hear developers speak at all or have any interaction at all really because broken record. It just comes back to the publishers. I feel like the centralizing so much and having because there's so much red tape with that kind of centralization and there's so many risks. It just seems like with that you have this more shift from because dehumanization, like you said, it's the shift away from here's X and such and he does this. It's just this is the game made by the company. I'm trying to figure out a way to say or frame it. Um, it, because it seems like there's kind of a point where it went from these are the guys who will like pony up a little cash for you and they'll kind of handle packaging and all that stuff and then you guys can just work on the game from basically becoming the fucking gatekeepers of the industry because the publishers decide so much. The publishers. God, I mean, it just sounds so asinine, like a conspiracy, but it does, Guns of the publishers. It's,
Lucatiel actually just linked, from what I can see here, actually found the post that I was talking about. I think I'm just flipping through the
Hopefully it's not a
language.
shocking site.
I gotta flip
Good for
through
you.
the language barrier and all that jazz in order to pull it up.
Oh, damn it. Well,
I think.
it asked for my language and date of birth, and then it. Oh no,
Yeah, it didn't refresh correctly. I'm
it's not up
relinking it
anymore.
in.
It says page not found. Maybe there's an archive.
No, I think it got all messed up in the process. Hold on.
Um, some garbage text. Oh, here we go.
Did you get it to come up?
Yeah, I'm gonna message it to you on Twitter. A different link. I think the other one has it. There's like some garbage text. YouTube muddled it.
Yeah, I'm still trying to reload it.
Let's see. Walter Almedia, QA intern, StarCraft Brood War, Lair, Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix, NASCAR '08 demo, Josh Anderson programmer, Bioshock, Marvel Trading Card Game, Jared Angus, QA, Pokemon Diamond, Ryan Ashford, Day of Defeat Source, Eco. That's just from those four people. That's a pretty wide net.
Right. They're actually playing games. They're doing the same stuff we're doing. It just so happens these people also make games. Like, it's what it comes down to.
Well, why else would they make the damn games if they didn't play them and love them? I don't want to make games by someone who hates games. That's why I don't play Depression Quest. Ah, ah. But I mean, damn.
And even Polly is saying, this is why I got into this stuff because I love it so much. Like, that really is what it is. And just people need to look at it from the point of view. So consider that developers, not only do they care about this from a business sense, but as someone who games, they see the same problems and they see the same issues. And many are just as upset, except they have a different layer of problems. You know, think back to when I first spoke up on this stuff, and I said, this is probably career suicide for me. But I was like, I don't care at this point. And I went all in. And I was like, here's what it is. Here's what I know, and here's what I've got. Do you seriously think that any of these other major media outlets would even give me the time of day? Of course not. Because I'm just like, oh yeah, by the way, you fucking suck. Like, I put it out there on the table. But that was my situation. I was able to look at that from that point of view. So why, like, take a look at other journalists? Hell, looking at other journalists in this sense, I still have I obviously have conversations with other journalists in this, and they have to weigh the same type of risk. Where I've been given information, they say, here I found this. This is relevant, or this is a good piece of info for you that you want to share with people. And try to keep me as far removed from that as possible. Totally and utterly, because it puts them at risk. By not being, a journalist anymore in that sense, I have I've become a mouthpiece for other journalists who have commentary who want to speak on this stuff, but they can't because there's too much risk for them. And for me, that risk has been removed by me going, well, I don't care. Like just like that, just that simple. For me, I'm like, I can, just completely waylay that risk. And so for me, it's easy for me to speak out on stuff and issues that I've already seen. And so people are using me as a proxy in order to give you guys information. Look at other developers who have done a similar thing, who have spoken out. They are also a proxy for other developers who really want to talk on this subject. But there are some, like we said with Brad Wardell, just to give that example, who, as his own business owner, he can go, "Yep, I'm going to talk about this because it's my business," and he can speak on that. And there are many people who are in a position where they can look at that stuff and go, "Thank God somebody's saying it," you know. Math UDX is saying this goes in line with what I mentioned earlier. Rebuilding a competent game journalism industry is the first step to defeating the other wrongs in the industry, and Math is absolutely correct. If you put something better in place, it's again it's a cascading effect. Once you put
Well,
something better in place that will call other people to task in that way, you will see even more significant change. But if people just spend all their time just tearing stuff down, again, someone will slip into the void that's created, and you could potentially end up with an even worse demon than the one that you exorcised.
and it gets back to what I was talking about earlier is about the fourth estate. Journalism as an institution is just kind of supposed to keep everything else in check. And when I talked about it specifically, it was like the government. But I mean, I don't know. This may just be a local thing, but at our local news stations, we have they do slime in the ice machine. What they do is they go around and they investigate restaurants and they expose them if they have like rats and stuff, or of course slime in the ice machine. And that's just one example of journalism being used to keep other things in check. And
Mm-hmm.
it's the same thing in gaming. We need responsible, ethical, transparent journalism that's going to be fact based and expose this shit if it comes up and be honest, and until we have that, we're kind of that's the thing. It's just this really long stalemate where it goes back to war games, like
Right.
because every time the other side does something, we get more ammo, and it's like the only winning move is not to play. But as they don't play, here we are, getting their advertisers to pull out. This damn like it's just this whole thing is such a blur, and it's just weird whenever you're in the now and you have to reference like the before, and just the scale of it kind of hits you.
Yeah, the scale of it really does. It's huge. This is a huge situation. In looking at that, and just as you said, where or and Math also says, just laying down good foundations, putting in journalists who will do the job and who will call people out, who will check them. You know, we do that, and same thing. It has real, serious, long-term consequences, in the positive sense, where the industry will start getting better and better and better if we find a point to start. This is, I don't know, to use a metaphor, I guess this would be the crack where, the dam begins to break. It's obviously a significant enough leak in the dam, but nevertheless, and this is us creating that better, bigger and bigger, bigger hole in order to, boom, have a huge change in this stuff. Hmm.
Daniel
Yeah.
Barbara
Yeah.
slammed the Inquisition pretty hard. Yes, he did. That was funny.
Uh, just taking a look here. Yeah. Sorry. Same thing. Was just was reading some stuff here real quick that people are sending my way. Uh, it's this really is what it is. I know this is a rather impromptu conversation that we've had for the past 3 hours, talking about this stuff, but it seems significant enough for me to show up and actually speak on it live rather than on Twitter.
Because Twitter sucks for conversation.
For big in-depth conversation, yes, it does.
Yes.
And that's the thing, if anything, here's the thing that I would hope that people take away from this convo. At least think about the things that I've talked about. And even people who disagree with me, Will of the Boss is someone that I have deeply had a great amount of respect for since the first day that I've shown up because I just like the way that Will goes about thinking and explaining processes and just throwing stuff back at me. But Will of the Boss does so in a really particular way that I enjoy, admire, and respect. It's called does so respectfully. Disagrees with me on a lot of stuff, you know, and that's okay. It's just that simple. But we can also find the consensus in things where we're either overlapping or where we're headed in the same direction, but we're thinking about different executions of ideas or why things from our points of view based on what we know and the things that we've experienced. And people need to do that more. Have those discussions rather than just jumping down other people's throats. And so think about all the things that you've heard over the course of the stream from when I first started and Remy was here and she was bringing up from her experiences and the conversations that she's had, the experiences and conversations that I have had. Will of the Boss's point of view from the stuff that he's seen. Uh, Pointing stuff out. People need to actually stop and think about all of this stuff because what we want to do, in my opinion, is we want to make sure that we don't undo accidentally all the work that we've gotten done over the past few months. I think that's the most important thing. Just looking at it from that perspective, could this undo all that we've done? Is it worth that? What's your take, Will?
Well, first of all, um, thank you for your comments. That means a lot coming from you because, I've, well, there are people who have like left Gamergate or said they left, and they throw big hissy fits and they do these huge Twitter drama rants. I've gone through periods of disillusion and frustration, but
Me
like,
too.
but at the end, like you're one of like the figures who are kind of always there, not like a figurehead or a leader, but just someone who always has good shit to talk about. Like because what's important is that even if I don't agree with what you're saying and people don't agree with what I'm saying, is that it's all coming out clear because from just a clear, open, honest dialogue about this shit,
Hmm.
whatever it may be it the core issues of Gamergate or specific things within it, from then that's when you get the resolution because I've talked about this before. Gamergate is just a free market of ideas. You can't tell someone not to do something or not to do that. All you can do is just what gets shit done, and that's what gets shit done, and then like what's to come of it. I think that's because that's kind of the recurring thing whenever we have. I don't want to use the word drama because what I've seen isn't about the boycotts themselves. It's just people not being capable of just talking about this shit. Um, it's just there's disagreements over. Oh, sorry. There, I thought there was something outside my window. I'm sorry. There's disagreements over the end result and whether it's good to do it. Yeah, and from these discussions, that's when you get the answer. It's natural selection at work. That's what it is. That's what's happening right now. People are listening and they're deciding for themselves whether or not they think boycotting is a good idea now, whether it will be in the future, and we've hashed out like if that was something to be done, the best way to go about doing it. If someone says we should boycott a company for X reason, you can trust them, but verify that it's legit, like that's the actual company or dev doing it, and it's not like someone else pulling the strings, or they don't have a contract, and B, that you would get something good out of it, and it wouldn't screw over other things. And then the other thing is that I've seen this been brought up a couple of times is the aspect of a PR war. Now, early on, definitely, we really had to watch our P's and Q's, but at this point, it the PR for the people who can think for themselves and decide for themselves, because there are certain outlets and people who will be dead set against us no matter what we do. We could cure cancer, and they would find some way to, you're weaponizing medicine, So, yeah, this is all just part of the process. Growing pains. We're just getting bigger every day.
Yeah, yeah, it is. You said weaponized medicine. Yeah, I think they actually do have a thing about that.
Oh, God.
No, no, I'm just saying like medicine has been weaponized in the past. I was just thinking about it. I was like, yeah, historically that's actually happened a
Oh,
few
yeah.
times. But yeah, that's the big thing is we're all talking about this thing. We're talking about it. That's it. We're having that discussion, and you've heard me say this from the start, and I'm pretty sure everyone else has. I said I can't tell you what to do, but I can strongly advise and say I really wouldn't do that. I really would not do that. It's not going to go the way that you would expect it to go. And at the end of the day, people are going to do whatever the hell they're going to do. That's what they do. That's what folks do. All I can say is that if people do choose to do that, I won't be supporting it. Like I'm like, no, 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 no. Like, it won't come from me. And that's really what it is. It's just it won't come from me because I just won't support ideas that I think actually hurt you more than help you. Um, but if individuals are making their own decisions on who they're going to buy from or who they're going to buy from or not buy from, that is of course up to the individual, and that's every person's right. It's just I think the worst part is trying to push other people to do that boycott, that negative action, who might not have any interest in doing that. And people and then taking that and weaponizing that against other people, saying, well, if you're not participating in this portion of it, then you're bad. And it's like, well, no, they just might think that there's a better way of achieving the same end. And I guess that's really what it comes back to.
Well, I think that's why people listen to you, even if there's disagreement or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because of where you come from, it's not like you guys are wrong, what the hell's wrong with you? It's just, well, this is what I'm doing, and this is what I think on what you're doing. That's about it. There's no, because I get frustrated with like, I had a really good word for this earlier, and then it was just gone.
Let me guess. I think I know where you're going here. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you say where someone says, well, you should do this, and you're like, well, I'm not sure if I agree with you on that, and then someone goes, the response to that is, you're a shell, or some shit like that, right?
Kind of. It's this. Oh yeah, it's like this absolutism.
Yeah.
It's this idea that Gamergate is this all or nothing one mold, and that you have to be this or not, and it's no, that's just another like it's just like kind of another because you have expectations from like the social justice people. That's just kind of like another version of that. You're not Gamergate enough. I guess you're not gatey enough.
Yeah, kind of a no true Scotsman type stuff.
Yeah, and it's like that's kind of my thing. Like, for instance, I really don't like King of Pole, but he can do his shit. People can watch him, but like that's and that's it. But it's like, and it's not. Oh, okay, yeah. Because one of the things with the boycotting thing, all that was annoying me was the whole, you will bring ruin to the gates, you will kill us all, like soothsayers, and it's like, whoa, we don't even know if we're doing this. Chill the
Mhm.
fuck out.
Yeah.
And you were just like, well, it could do this, it could do this, we got to discuss it. That's you. But then there are these guys who just whoa, they're like, they should be hold like the signs on the side of the street. The end is near. That was my mental image.
Right, and I was obvious even myself, I was really forceful in the sense I'm like, guys, really don't do that. That could really, really, really damage Gamergate. Like, don't do that. But that's as far as it goes for me. Just looking at that and just again explaining my thought processes
Yeah,
to people. I think that's something that people don't do enough of explaining how you got from A to B, And that's what I try to spend most of my time doing. If I sit down to do a thing, I try to explain to people why I think this will work, and I found that to be very effective in getting people to support working on a thing or moving a thing forward. And say, well, here's what this does, and here's why, and here's the evidence that I have to support that idea or that notion. And people go, oh, okay, now I see where you're coming from. That makes sense. I'm like, yeah, this is, how we get there. And I don't, I guess I don't see people doing that enough. Just explaining yourself and your own mind and how you got to a conclusion really does help to dispel a lot of negative stuff. And then we went silent.
I'm reading.
Oh, got it.
Um, oh, 1 second.
As Maester is saying right here now, it's the same stuff. Don't try to convince your opponent. Strive to convince the audience. That's one of the
Yeah.
first things we learned in a debate. You know, like I'm actually trained in debate. It's not about convincing your opponent. It's about convincing the audience that your opponent is wrong.
That's why I, that's why I like because this format's nice because everyone just kind of has a piece. That's the format that I had with my thing. Just everyone just has their thing, their piece, and then yeah. Um, and with Twitter, it's like because of the format and the character limit, you get to say your piece, but you never get into like the why, which is what you talked about, is explaining how did you get to that conclusion and why do you think something is that way. You never really get to that point. In my experience, whenever there's a disagreement, you don't even get to like get beyond that because then it's an instant jump down your throat thing.
Yeah, you can't get into the intricacies of or the
Well,
intricacies of your thought process.
Well, it's like and then into the recurring thing is that what it gets to is that nobody even wants to discuss it with you. They have no interest in like engaging with you. They've created some preconceived, like a straw man essentially of you, and then that's what they're going to engage with, and
Hmm.
and, and they're just going to present because it's a dishonest way, I guess, because you're not trying to convince your opponent, and essentially what it's like. Well, I'm just going to create like this effigy that I can argue with and not get too much into get too much into the actual meat of the discussion because I guess Twitter kind of encourages that and it's like, come on, man, nah, man, that's not what we're about. Awkward silence intensifies. No, it was. I, well, I haven't seen your name yet, so you might be new, but that's what we've been doing. One of us talks, and then the other one kind of reads the chat, and then the other one comes back with some stuff. That's the format from what I can gather.
Yeah. Somebody sending me something here real quick.
Concerning there's kind of this talk in partisan talk in the chat, because they're economic political scales. The most common one people use is left and right, and then there's one that's been going around a lot that we used whenever we got accused of being a right-wing movement, which was you have left and right, and then you have authoritarian and libertarian. To me, left and right, I don't really care. It doesn't really. It's not that much of a difference to me. But whenever you get into like authoritarian, libertarian, whenever you get into authoritarianism, that's when it gets dirty. And I think most people have an issue with authoritarians, but they just kind of put their blinders on and only see like left authoritarians. But it's like, hang on, there are plenty of authoritarians on the right. Who do you think are, what do you think all the gay marriage shit's about right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Rumsfeld said it. They're authoritarians. It's not left or right. They might be leftists, but that's not why they're assholes. They're assholes because they're authoritarians. That's it. We have to get to the root of why people are assholes. You can't just call them an asshole. It's like, hang on. Or just like say it's because of their political stuff. It's like, hang on. It's not because of your stance. It's because of your methods, I guess.
Yeah. I'm also
Because
reading over chat on the side here, and I'm just trying to get caught up on some stuff. So go ahead.
it's we saw with the chart that Gamergate's pretty predominantly left. So to say that Gamergate is that ends with the left or we're attacking the left doesn't make sense. And I say this as someone who is on the right according to that chart. So that's not, we're all in the lower half on the libertarian half. We're all in the same neighborhood. I'm cool. But it's like those kids on the other side of the tracks in the authoritarian area. That's where things get sketchy. That's when it's like, okay, now you're gonna wanna oppress me because of what I believe. That's a problem. Or oppress me because of what you believe. I guess. I guess that'd be more accurate. Oh, and that's the other thing too is like there's a Americentrism because I do it too. We tend to think of like we say like Republican or Democrat, and we think that it means what we think it means, but then like the Democratic Party in England is like a completely different thing. So that's problematic if I can use the word because it also kind of confuses people whenever you think of the political spectrum in that way or you talk about things in that way. I guess. I mean, you can still do it. I'm just kind of trying to help you get to a more accurate, more agreeable way of phrasing what you're talking about. Well, I say you like there's any one specific person. Yes, they want to dictate the terms. That's not left or right. That's authority, pure and simple. Yes. Yep.
Oh dear.
Oh, what?
I'm just looking at a conversation that Margaret is having.
Oh God.
Apparently, Celebranando guy is at it again.
Oh, piece of shit. One of my favorite Gamergate memories is whenever Leigh Alexander admitted, like, she was like, thanks for going after the Celebranado guy. Hey, Limo. She A-limoed with us. It was great. It was a moment of bond. See, that's how we're gonna solve the crisis, guys. In Gamergate, we're gonna come together and create bridges by shit posting and bane posting. It's gonna be great.
Hmm. I'm looking over that same stuff. Just more stuff all.
Oh damn. I haven't been here since she changed her cover. I mean, it's still disgusting for having a picture of lightning, but all the new stuff is pretty cool. Actually, I don't know if people saw this, but Margaret actually trapped him. Apparently, the other accounts that he uses to send the threats and stuff, he apparently hasn't admitted to using them, even though it's obvious he has. Well, in one of their conversations, he said, "Well, I'm going to go to the police because she's been harassing me for 2 months." And then it's like, hang on, if this is the first time we're talking, how have we had contact for 2 months? It may not be the smoking gun, but I was like, damn. I'm still half convinced that the Celebrinato guy was hired by someone to stir stuff up. No, that's just, he's just an opportunist.
Yeah, there are always going to be opportunists throughout history.
And we're going to find out that he's part of the CIA and this is some psyop for some shit. God.
Yeah, there's always been opportunists. There's been opportunists, and there's probably always going to be opportunists. So it
In
just,
every corner.
yeah, yeah. And so
It's
it's
not
no
just the
surprise we
antis that
saw
have.
that.
It's not just the
Absolutely.
antis who have people benefiting from that kind of hysteria.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Holy shit! There's gonna be a huge sale on PSN today. That's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah, it's specifically a co-op one. I know this has nothing to do with anything, but
hey, it's
holy
video
moly.
games. It
It's
is
video games. Yeah,
absolutely.
that's right. It's always relevant. There you go. It's just called the co-op sale. Up to 65% off here. And PS Plus people get up to 80% off. Mother of God. Wow.
Well, Borderlands 2, Dark Souls 2, Little Big Planet 2, Rayman Legends, Far Cry 3, and EA Sports UFC. Yeah. Oh, there's more. Oh, those are just the picture coins. There's even more. Damn.
Oh yeah, it's a big list.
Yeah, just Google PSN sale. It'll be like the first link in the news.
Yeah. Yeah, not bad. Not great, but not bad at all.
Well, this is I I've been waiting for more of these guys to get onto the bandwagon with the Steam sale stuff.
Mm.
I mean, I know these guys want to make money, but like you just have to think about what that does to a property whenever it has because whenever these games go up on sale, suddenly you have a game that might not see any kind of sales in this quarter because it's been out forever, suddenly get this huge bump in sales. I mean, it may not be as good as it'd been if everyone bought it at full price, but if you have like an in-game store or something, that's more people playing, more people spending money on shit, and with the in-game purchases and stuff. I mean, that's kind of a big deal. I mean, that's exposure. That's why so many devs are all over Steam. You
Oh
just you
yeah.
just can't beat that kind of marketing. It's free marketing. Come here.
Yep.
It's free marketing.
That's why a Steam sale and like giving your titles away for free has a huge, huge effect, especially if it's, well, something that isn't bad. It gets people's attention. And people who may not have even paid attention in the first place are more likely to show up. They're like, huh, what's this? What's going on? It's no different than that word of mouth promotion that I talked about. It has a huge, huge effect. So it's something that should never be just dismissed offhand. It just it's effective. It's
I mean,
super effective.
I may be parroting back at you something I heard from you without even remembering it, but I've heard you talk about how like word of mouth marketing is like one of the best ones, and it's also one of the trickiest forms of marketing to like get to work. Like it's so tricky getting people to do it, but like whenever it happens and whenever that buzz happens, it's very profitable. As long as the
Mhm.
buzz is positive, I guess. As long as you're
Yeah,
not talking about slime in your ice machine.
it's the most effective form of quote unquote marketing, and it's the hardest to get.
Yes.
Like most difficult to get. It's well, yeah, it's hard mode, but if you can get it, it's the best thing that could ever happen to you. Just because it's so difficult to get. We obviously see people with things like astroturfing and so on and so forth, where people try to make word of mouth happen, and it tends to just blow up in their face. Like, that's just the way it is.
I remember when the now a lot. Well, I don't know if you see it a lot, but it seems more movies do it now, or properties, I guess. But alternate reality games. I remember you remember I Love Bees.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was crazy. That was my first alternate reality game I ever came into contact with, and I didn't even like Halo back then.
Yeah.
I still don't, I guess, but I wasn't a Halo fan, and even then I was interested in it. It's like, because that had me looking into like Halo stuff as someone who doesn't even like Halo, because I was interested in the game, the ARG game rather. Um, but it seems like more because I remember even like the Dark Knight, the movie had an alternate reality game with sorts going on. So it seems less special, but it seems like that's one of those ways you can get that because if if you they can't if it can't be linked to your property immediately, you get the buzz around. Have you been to that weird website I Love Bees? What's up with I Love Bees? And then that transitions into the big it's Halo. Everyone's talking about Halo now. All that press and buzz about that new thing that people were excited about now goes to this other thing they already knew about. Damn, that's insidious. That's effective though. I see why they do that. Another awkward silence, but again,
Yeah,
we're
another
we're
awkward
reading
silence. Yeah, we're just looking over
reading the
stuff.
chat. That's another thing that's nice. It's nice emphasis on viewer interaction. It's always nice. Tried making my own Infocom style game in BASIC at 11 years old. Gave up because it was fucking hard. Yeah. One of these days I'm gonna get around to learning an engine or something. I want to make a horror game that takes place in a trailer park. Isn't that such a that seems like such a fertile breeding ground for horrible, unimaginable things? Because trailer parks are so crazy. Should Gamergate make an alternate reality game? That'd be funny. Uh, I don't know. I think there are people who are. I mean, well, Vivian's already going to be in a game from Defying Young Capitalists, and I think there's
Oh,
someone else is working on a game where she's the main character. So I guess if those get off the ground, we could make alternate reality games for one of them. That'd be cool. Well, we being people who actually have the dedication to do that, meaning not me.
uh-oh. There
Uh
might be
oh.
a happening.
Uh oh. Uh oh. What's happening?
It looks like. Hold on. Just let me double check.
Yeah, I agree, and Sealy. That's one facet for me. That's where I'm coming from in one way, because other people have said this before, so I'm just kind of beating a dead horse. But a lot of these people were poised against talk about safe spaces and gaming isn't a safe space for us. But it's like, well, gaming is a safe space for us. We're just waiting on confirmation for that happening. Only here I'd fill in, get into another rant, but I don't want to get in too deep, so the confirmation can happen in a timely manner.
Hmm.
Is it not happening?
No, I wouldn't say it's anything major. Just interest, or
Well,
just interesting to me. So nothing. Disregard. I thought there was a happening about to go down, but no.
what was it then?
Uh, I was just looking at people talking about the blacklist and whitelist and so on and so forth. It was just somebody giving their opinion on someone else talking about being on that list, and I was like, I'm not sure if this is going somewhere, or did somebody just say something? No, it was nothing of major report.
Oh, I will put my Ron Paul mask away.
Yeah, yeah, there was no happening.
That's mean, Bozzy. Halo is shit. Well, that's one opinion. You know what's funny is that I didn't care for any of the Halo games, but I like Destiny. I mean, it has problems. I found it to be like an average game, but it's amusing to me. I don't like Call of Duty either. So like that is basically Call of Duty, Halo, and World of Warcraft put in a blender. So like I should have just despised it, but I didn't. Oh, Raylon got told by Jimmy Wales again today. Yeah, I saw in Kotaku in action. There are other people laying into him. And there are other people commenting like you got money from the Goober Gazis and stuff. So it's like, damn, no punches are being pulled against him. Because I remember before, like nobody could say anything against him, and now like more and more people are calling him out on his shit.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, this is ridiculous. Just people acting silly. Mm. So, speaking of video games, I'm enjoying the PS4. Did you see the stream I had up of Mrs. playing PT?
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah. I
No.
think it was Saturday morning. We were just like, yeah, let's play PT. Why not? Give it a whirl. And like, we had like 100 people in there, and it was just insane. And a couple of jump scares got her once or twice, but it was really funny. I was like, damn, I didn't expect that many people to show up to see my wife play some video games.
Oh
Um,
yeah. PT
but
is
yeah,
real popular.
I'm loving it, man. I'm really, really glad I made this purchase.
Only thing is
It's
waiting for the games.
just waiting for the damn games. Yeah, that's not just, oh, we're releasing this on previous platforms as well. Like, people are like, why didn't you get the GTA 5 and Last of Us bundle? Why didn't you just wait? I was like, I own those games already. Like, I played them, I beat them, I've gone through it. I'm not interested in that. I mean, yeah, I could have potentially traded them in, but you know what happens when bundles come around? Like, the trade-in value of a title falls through the floor because it's so easily accessible, and everyone basically owns it. So I just went with that instead. But I am really loving how streaming is set up, and it's so damn easy.
I
Um,
know.
I'm just like boop boop, and that's it, and I don't have to worry about anything else. and being able to do share play. I actually just did share play with my best friend on that playing Binding of Isaac, and that's kind of annoying that when you're share playing, you cannot stream, and that was just like, oh, it was a big disappointment. Um, but just doing that experience, it was really great. It was damn 1-to-1, like with the exception of the quality drop to 720p instead of 1080p. Um, as far as I could tell, I was just playing the game locally, so they really, really pulled that off. Like, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed that they said they were going to do it, and then they did it, and it worked. And I was like, oh, I'll be damned. So that's fun. That works out good, I guess.
Well,
Like
I'm
that.
someone who used to stream games off the PC like years ago. Like not we're not talking ancient history, but this was before Twitch, pre-Twitch video game streaming. I know on 4chan you had lots of channels that got posted. I used to stream for one called Kiefer's Vidya for a while. And it was everyone like it was one account on like Ustream or one of those websites, and then everyone had like access to it. And instead of everyone like each individual streamer having their own account with the service, they all used the same channel account.
Mm,
That's not really done as much anymore. But back then, oh, the software was so shitty. It's even still with Open Broadcaster, it's still kind of sketchy. It's definitely not as easy as the PS4. The PS4 is a dream to stream on. It's crazy.
right, like not having to worry about the keys and all that, and obviously dealing with your own computer issues and things like that. No, just boom, boom, two buttons, I'm done. Like,
Yeah.
I'm loving that part. I actually do have the PlayStation Eye, but I just haven't been using it because I look like hell. I look like hell just because I haven't been feeling so good, so that's why I haven't. But I'm gonna start using that pretty soon, I think. Or hell, maybe I'll try it today and just give it a whirl. Depends. I don't know if people want to see my crazy face again. um, but yeah, it is. It's just such a easy, hassle-free experience, and that's what's really made the difference for me. Just being able to get in there and do that, and it's great. So there's a lot of potential and there's a lot of future here.
Well,
Um,
streaming is what made PT what it is.
that's
Because
true.
before I even had the PlayStation 4, because I didn't get it till like September or so. Um, even before that, I was watching like people play it on Twitch and on Hitbox, and I was so invested. Like you were invested even if you weren't playing, because there
Mhm.
was because it's and that's what's so brilliant is that it is a single player title, but that is a very social game. That's one of the most social games I've ever played because you're watching people, you're trying to solve the mystery. There's all the clues and stuff. You're working with people from around the world to try and figure out what this stuff means. But even after like it got found out that it was Silent Hill, people still couldn't figure out how to actually consistently beat the game. And that's so cool. It's kind of like with Dark Souls where they keep things kind of obscure because they want to kind of take it back to the days where you traded secrets on the playground or whatever.
Yeah,
It's kind of that same thing. It's just so cool. They pulled it off without any kind of multiplayer function whatsoever in a demo. Like that's amazing to me.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
and I'm a
definitely.
big fanboy of Kojima, so I'm biased, but
That's just almost the exact same thing that the missus said, where we were like, yeah, this is really weird, where it turns into an audience participation experience where everyone just kind of dogpiles in there and they're like, okay, how can we figure this thing out? I think maybe it was an unintended consequence, or maybe that was exactly what they intended. I don't know, but if that was the intent, well, damn, you pulled it off because it got people talking about it. It was really, really clever.
and that goes back to like what we were talking about before, all the viral marketing shit.
Yep, that's it. Word of mouth. People are like, man, that's some spooky shit. People are talking about it, and everyone's like, well, I gotta know about this spooky shit. What's going on? What's going down?
That's got me. That the only thing about the wait for Metal Gear Solid 5 is worse because Because like whenever that comes out, I can play that while waiting for Silent Hills. Because really interested in that. Because just from that alone, it just seems like he well, he may not have the kind of freedom I think he will, but really, there's going to be a lot. Like survival horror is just not in a good place right now, and he could single-handedly revive a genre. Like that's wow.
Yeah, he definitely can. You know, Kojima is really interesting because most people know that he's really, really, really into film, and I guess we've all, not all of us in Gimri, I'm just saying, you know, like friends and I and stuff, have all been talking about like how come he just hasn't made a damn movie at this point. Like Metal Gear has been so cinematic in its approach and things like that, and then seeing him branch off into a genre that he doesn't normally dabble in is really interesting. And I think that it's probably going to be a dream experience for him to be working with Guillermo del Toro to put together Silent Hill. And it's kind of scary to think about. Like you've got two masters of their craft in that sense collaborating on a project of that scale. I would only hope that whatever Kojima does with that, that it doesn't, fizzle out and die. Based on PT alone, though, I definitely think that they're gonna pull off something. I think they're gonna scare the ever loving shit out of people with that game.
I wonder how many people are gonna die. I watched Boogie play it, and he even said like I have heart conditions and I haven't been taking my pills. I could die while playing this. That's crazy. That will be the only time you could really say video games cause death, cause people to die. Like
Oh,
sure
it's
to
kind of like when
epilepsies.
Saving Private Ryan came out. You remember hearing about that, where they were telling vets not to go see Saving Private Ryan because it might be too much because of or not the inaccuracies, but because of how graphic it was and how it might hit too close to home. And I
It might
think I
trigger them.
heard, yeah, it might trigger them. Um, I think they said that there was even a few incidences where some people like ended up in the hospital just because like they were having panic attacks and heart attacks and shit from watching that. I'm not sure if that was ever confirmed. That was something that I did hear though,
That
and it
just
was
sounds like rival marketing for the movie.
yeah, like, but it was very, very serious. As far as just hearing vets talk about that, they're like, yeah, that was ungodly realistic and terrifying to revisit that all over again in such I'm not going to say exquisite, but significant detail. Oh shoot! I just realized, man, it's about that time for me. I've got to go and grab something to eat, but I'm gonna go and do that. We're gonna go and bring this stream down. But I am gonna get back on Twitch here in just a bit. So just same thing, folks. Just watch Twitter. You'll see the stream come back up when it's up. Okay?
Alrighty, well, thanks for having me on.
Well,
This
I'm
was real
glad.
fun. Very constructive.
You know what we not a bad idea actually is to think about. Wait a minute, if we can do a PS4 party or some such like that, then
Like,
we.
oh well, no, there's apparently I've looked into this. There's apparently some kind of laws in Japan about recording somebody's voice. So because of that, when someone's on a party with you, your viewers can't hear them. So it just sounds like you're talking to yourself.
Well, there's a setting actually
There
on
is?
there. Yeah, yeah, there's a setting for that. Let me try and pull it
Oh,
up. It says that you can choose on your end to opt into that. Let me-
is that part of like an up? Oh, I'll be right back. I need to plug in my PlayStation. I gotta check this. Did you find it?
Yeah, it's when you start the party and then you go into party settings, under, where adjust microphone level, adjust audio mix, all that stuff is. There's just a specific toggle for allow your voice to be shared. If you select allow, your voice will be included in other players' broadcasts and video clips.
Okay.
So yeah, it's there, but you have to turn that on and decide for yourself. Or else, like you said, then it just sounds like you're talking to yourself.
Oh. Well, I apparently have an update to download anyway. So
Yeah, I'll
I'm gonna go do that.
send you a DM real quick.
Okay, cool, thanks. I'll let you go get something to eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead
Bye
and do
bye.
that. And so, just yeah, folks, just watch my timeline, and I'll bring it up.